Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, passengers of the universe. We welcome you again to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for July 10th, 2022. This is our weekly program, which consists of a couple of teachings, one by our beautiful Alex Skoric from Canada, and usually I try to play some clips from Mr. Keshe in the beginning and at the end, or one of the other bumpers, and so on and so forth. Today, we're going to try to concentrate a little bit more on the power enhancement, the power plasma enhancement system that's being offered, and it's part of a bigger project. He said, don't try to understand the simplicity or the complexity of it, but it's to create domes. Domes of peace, domes of travel, domes of feeding, domes of wellness, as I understand it. So we're going to go into that today. It's a beautiful time to be here on this planet, although it does seem a little shaky. If you look at the faces of your friends and neighbors, I don't think they know exactly what's going on, but also here within the Keshe Foundation, we are being hit, humanity is being hit with a huge juggernaut, as Mr. Keshe said, of knowledge, a tank of knowledge of the universe, and things are about to rapidly change on this planet, and all for the better and all for the elevation of the souls. I was thinking the power enhancement unit was about saving energy, but again, he said this is the crumbs of the matter. It's more about being able to set some sort of stage, some sort of dome. He wanted several hundred on each continent at a minimum to create this dome. I think it's some sort of dome of protection, a peace dome, as I said, a wellness dome and a feeding dome as well. And this may be what he had talked about in the past about upgrading humanity in one go this time, rather than sending the prophets and the others. So we welcome you here, and I'm glad you're all here, especially the, which we all are, passengers of the universe. This is a ball which is rotating, traveling in space. Many of us don't look at it that way. We look at our houses, our streets, our cars, but there's much more going on this planet physically and as well in the plasma dimension. And of course, the first prerequisite to working with this knowledge is what we call the World Peace Treaty, or signing the peace treaty, physically or with your soul. We know there's no pen in the universe and there's no pen in the soul of the man, but this is the World Peace Treaty. So whether if you're applying to be a Universal Council member, if you're applying to take a flight simulation in Linz, if you're applying to be a private student and so on, and I would think this would also apply at the wellness centers, and that's about pledging your physicality as well as your soul to peace. We heard in the beginning of this workshop how some people years ago in Brazil told Mr. Keshe, or wrote to the foundation and said, yes, they had no problem pledging their physicality to peace, but their souls were pledged to Christ. And so they couldn't do that at that point in time. But as we heard him respond, that you can pledge your soul to peace. You don't need any gurus, any intermediaries, or anything of that nature to interfere. So pledging your soul to peace is really, and the physicality to peace, is what this foundation, or part of this foundation, is about. So as I've been doing the last number of weeks, we've been reading the peace treaty. And I know Mr. Keshe said there was something written about this peace treaty, I guess something years ago, and we could read that. I didn't really have a chance to find it. But again, this is the prerequisite to getting involved in a way with the Keshe Foundation. I mean, you can go through the security clearances and everything else, but if you haven't signed the World Peace Treaty, that would stop you from proceeding ahead. And I think we'd see that in Linz. We'll see that at the wellness centers, and we'll see that even with the world leaders who come there, or some of the richest people on this planet. they will have to pledge themselves to peace. So I'll just read it as I have been doing. Unless somebody would like to read it, you can feel free and jump in here. We do like to share. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we, all agree and swear with our, my, and you can delete as appropriate for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your body, and souls. Then, of course, you would just put your name here, your signature, the date, your position on behalf of, and that could be you're pledging your nation to peace, you're pledging your territory again, council, religion, city, town, or individual, and then have someone witness it with the same sort of manner. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we hear in the bumper many times, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving will create a position of change, no other thing. And that's what we see happening in Brazil when they do the intentions, and we'll practice that a little later when we take our 5 minutes of silence. But you can do this all the time, every day, and just remind your soul about that. You may forget in the physicality, but we can wish for peace. And so it's made very clearly and very simply, by giving from the soul will create this position of change. And we may not see it manifested in 24 hours or 3 days or a week, but this is what's happening in the background, that it's all working that way. And as we get enough people to start working through the soul, much of the things we do in the physicality and try to correct things that way will probably go off to the side a little bit. And that's what's happening with the power enhancement plasma units that we're seeing. And one is for the car and one is for the home at this point. And we'll hear more about it, as I said today. Prior to going into that, let's just see what happened in our contest that Rick so gracefully had entered the flight enhancement system in. I guess the voting and the time is over, and in October, the judges will announce the winner. But the Keshe Foundation did quite well. Again, in the total number of votes, it came in second place, I think, just like last year. It was second place. It might have been first in views. But anyway, we've received 181 votes worldwide. And again, that's pretty much along the lines of last year. If I recall, it might have been a few more or a few less. So we did quite well. And again, this is not about really thinking we're going to win because we have the most advanced technology through the Keshe Foundation, which we do, but it's just more or less making more people aware of what's actually happening in the background. And so many times we know there are many things happening in the background. So I think as far as page views, we ended up in third place with 4,225 views. So that means 5,000 more people got to view this page, perhaps watched the video and had some discussions, or maybe did a search and went on the website. So it's not only the 5,000 we see here, but these things could have been shared many, many times. I guess second place was a little bit ahead with 5,400, and then the first place views received 13,000. So overall, I think we did rather well. I want to thank Rick again for entering one of these plasma technologies into this contest. As he said, this is sort of sponsored by NASA in a way, or space agencies. They're fully aware of Mr. Keshe from the, I think, the late 70s, probably early 80s, although they did ban him from teaching their scientists too much from what they were calling their bulletin boards at the time. But anyway, no problem. Mr. Keshe pushes ahead. He doesn't give up. He keeps working. And this is why we're here where we are today with 300 or 400 million people who have come through, touched by the Keshe Foundation knowledge and technology. So I just thought we'd share that and thank you all who participated in it. I think it was a beautiful way to get more exposure. And of course, we'll see more exposure as time goes on. And again, does it matter whether other people see it or not? As Mr. Keshe said, we're not worrying about the physicality so much of the Keshe Foundation, but we're actually in the process of elevating the souls. If we go to the Keshe Foundation's website or the store, this is what is being talked about when he mentions the flight enhancement system experience, the simulation experience. You can book this on the website. And this is one way to go there by taking your normal plane, train, car, depending where you are in Europe or out of the country, across the ocean. So you may want to experience this, and this is €1,000 per 30 minutes. The second way to travel to Linz is the mobile experience, which incorporating one of these power units will make it much easier, as we heard one of the questions in the last workshop from, I think it's Anthony from Australia was asking him. Mr. Keshe said it'd make it much easier for us to bring you to Linz through having one of these mobile power enhancement, or the power enhancement plasma stations here, units. Yes, did someone want to say something? I'm going to mute your mic unless you were okay. And just to let you know, your camera, your video camera is on, just in case you don't want everybody to see what you're seeing or what the camera's seeing. So those are two ways to get yourself to Linz. And I know he said it's important. We'll hear it in the teaching that he gives about the importance of the Universal Council and the Universal Council supporters to make their way to Linz, because this is part of setting up this dome. And this week off has brought another improvement into the system, apparently. Things have changed and it's gone into another level. I know they're going to be starting the transmuting or transposing, let's say, of elements, moving them from one system to another. So this is what part of the enhancement is going on. And of course, I don't know all the details. Actually, I know very little. I haven't been to Linz, but hopefully I've booked the mobile experience and I will be experiencing that. We saw the video where we saw that the body enhancement spaceship unit was priced at $500,000. Well, now it's priced at $9,999,999. So that's the price of that now, which again can be ordered. Here is what we have, one for the car here. We call it the car enhancement plasma power unit, which is €5,000 plus sales and shipping. I think it brings it to about €5,200. And this is the other one for the home enhancement plasma power unit. And again, this is a test. They're asking for feedback. They have tested it and they've gotten very good results. They know it works, but they do want some feedback actually live from out in the field. And of course, saving energy is just one aspect of this, which he's often referred to as the crumbs rather than the cake. I think the cake will be the feeding system, the transmutation system, and a wellness system, that these other attachments or things will be added onto these systems in the future. Rather than have me rattle on about it and probably not covering it the same way Mr. Keshe does, why don't we go to part of the workshop? We're going to spend probably about 30 minutes here, and then we will talk about the Dome of Peace. But he's talking about domes around nuclear facilities. Well, Keshe Foundation having that Dome of Peace on the planet, a feeding dome, a wellness dome. And although there are centers right now opening up in Italy and one in progress in Uruguay, I think this is going to get opened up. The more of these units that are spread around the different continents of these planet, we're going to make a space city out of this entire planet, where feeding becomes very easy for everyone. Even the material enhancement unit he talks about in the end of this workshop, I guess they'll be on loan to the governments if they want to have the pleasure of backing their currency with gold. He said, we'll produce as much gold as you'd like. So these are the things, again, beyond the understanding of the man, beyond really our ability to build them, but we are being gifted this knowledge. And Mr. Keshe will talk about how he was gifted some of this, and we'll hear that at the end. But in the meantime, let's hear more about the flight enhancement system, which again is available to each and every one of us. If you're looking at dollars, he said it's worth millions, and it's being offered in the Keshe store for, I don't want to say a mere 5,000, but compared to $1 million, it is a rather small number, especially what it can do. And of course, it'll be replaced with the full unit, a standalone generator system. So there's one for the car, one for the home. I think he said if you're clever enough, you can probably use one in both, but I'm not sure about that, how it's actually set up, because one is comes with a plug, the home one, depending on where you are, if you needed a European plug, a US, Canadian plug, or what you have. So the car one may be set up slightly differently. I'm not sure at this point. But let's hear more from Mr. Keshe, because he just has this beautiful way of delivering straight to the soul of the listeners. And that's why I always enjoy playing and hearing these. And even he reviews the workshops, he said. So we're not the only ones reviewing it, because sometimes he said that physicality would like to see what the soul is delivering. So I hope you enjoy it. And again, this will go for probably 20 to 30 minutes, but it gives a pretty good around encompassing of what these systems are comprised of and what they're for. Okay, doesn't want to start up, but let's see. I think it starts at 47.
As it said,
Let me just back that up a second or two. It'll start in 5 seconds.
as I said last week, and I explained to our team. Now I explain to you in a very simple. As you noticed last week, we launched the enhancement unit, power enhancement units, the energy units, and the what we call plasma enhanced packages, which is put for sale by the Keshe Foundation. Why did we do this? Why suddenly, in the depth of the work of the Keshe Foundation with the enhancement units, simulation system, we suddenly launched the energy system? The reason for it is that the maggrav units you created, the systems you were given never understood, and the necessity for the people who came to the enhancement simulation flight system, we saw a need for expansion of the plasma that That's what I told you earlier on today, that you will become the sun, you become a star in the system. We needed to introduce a powerful power system to go to the transition of the both physicality and the soul of the man. When we launched such a thing for the system, we decided that we'll let the humanity enjoy the trip. The new energy systems, which is launched by the Keshe Foundation, is not just for powering your house. It's the first step into allowing your soul in connection with the work of the Keshe Foundation to find a new dimension ready for the transmutation and transportation in coming time. Go back to my teachings for past years. I kept on telling you, I give you the dimension, the beauty of the Maghreb, and you were just only interested in 50% or 10%. Now, with the new Maghreb system, we guarantee you 50% reduction. Because this system is actually, the new system is created for the elevation of the soul of the man, energy of the cosmos. And I kept on telling you, you're looking at the crumbs. The new power generation unit will come with attachments in the next few weeks that you can literally do, feed, and do everything else, plus your energy saving at home. It's the beginning of the cycle of connecting to what we call Lin Center. It's the key to bringing the matter energy and the universal energy together, where you connect both to the energies of the house and you connect to the energy of the universe, and then you understand how evolution of the man will come into operation. These are like those portable generators where you buy when you live in the middle of the desert to light the house. These are there to light the soul of the man. It's worth millions, and it's been put out for nothing, for man to go through that transmutation. It's the first time we release this technology in a very simple way, because man makes everything so complicated. When you buy or you get the enhancement, new enhanced power unit, plasma power unit, don't look for reduction in the electricity bill. Understand that you have brought the first step into the passage of the elevation of your soul in your dimension, in understanding and moving forward from the dimension of physicality. In a way, I have given you a system, a simple technology that can be there all the time, even in a matter state looks is not working. Is there for you to achieve the elevation to understanding of the soul of the man by yourself. You don't need intermediaries, you don't need prophets, you don't need messengers. This is why in my papers I wrote, the scientists are the messengers. Because with scientific development, we finish with the theology of the mysticism. Because you are in charge, it can be repeated. When it can be repeated and done by many people, it's not misreading. It cannot be manipulated anymore. The new energy enhancement units are the passage to the dimension of the universal energy. And this is what I kept on telling you, and I just said, you looked for 20-30% meager reduction in the electric bill. And I kept on telling you, look at the power of the Maghreb. Now with this technology, which we have released as a Maghreb energy, this is the first step for you to get into that system. To understand it, you can live dual life of both the soul of the man and the physicality of the man. This is what we promise. The man become aware of his existence. We are providing these systems as what we call, we guarantee certain percentage in your electric because you're interested in that. That's all it is. But those who are there to go to the next steps of what we call enhancement in dimension of universal energies, this is your gateway. This is your way to get to it. This is the way where I kept on telling you, I gave you the kick and you went for the crime. Now the crumbs have got. The cake is on the table. But you have to understand how to use this cake, not only for the soul, but to support the physicality in the same dimension too. You are blind to the sight of the soul. Now you shall see through the eye of the soul. You do not need the electricity to light up the room. The launch of this new system is so fundamental and will change the whole structure of the humanity in the coming time. It's as I said before, they say the most important discovery and evolution in the science of man was creation of the wheel. When we made the wheel, we could carry more weights. The evolution in the soul of the man and a new life for mankind is the circle of the ball of the sphere of the plasma, which still rotates, but this time rotates on its own with the energies of the universe. Now you understand. When we explain that in the coming time, those of you who go through the enhancement unit, because we create the facilities for it, you'll become the light. You become the use and elevation and manifestation of your soul. And no one needs to confirm or deny, because you become aware of what you will do and your life changes because of it. And the people who you touch in the dimension of the soul will change with it. Because now you give them a new energy. You transfer a new dimension to them. You feed them with a new strength. The process of the transmutation of the soul will come through the understanding of the new knowledge. And it's your responsibility, those of you who listen today, or you listen in months' time or a year's time to this podcast, to understand that you have been given the same light as was given as a light to Moses in the mountain, the same fire as the others saw. Now it's you who's responsible to turn that fire on and meet it and perfect it. And this time, don't cheat it and don't break some stones because it doesn't suit you or you want to abuse the others. Because you got to understand that the whole of the creation of humanity now has access to the same fire and to the same light in the mountain. And that light is the light of knowledge of the Creator and nothing else. It's not a burning tree, and it's nothing else that is shined out of anywhere. Now, as I said, the knowledge of the man has reached the level of the prophets of the past, because now you understand the knowledge came from the light, which now you have access to. There can be no ayatollahs, and there cannot be no popes and no pops, because you see the truth. You see the elevation of the soul of the man in his own dimension, and not with filtering to suit. My responsibility is to make sure more and more these systems are around the world, that everybody get access to it. This is why we set the Keshe Foundation manufacturer, to manufacture the systems that are there, that people do not need to go to the church to read the man-tainted wishes and abuses in the book. They can go and see the light by themselves. Now you understand my process of teaching and why we taught as we have done. We brought you step by step to this point. We brought you step by step to see the beauty of the creation. And when you can touch it, and when you can feel it, and when you can enjoy its presence. Now you understand the next step of what we call the process is not anymore teaching you how to make things and what fits to where. All that has been done is for you to add up and understand the whole process. And we have set out to make it easier. And hopefully in the next couple of months, you will see systems which can fly you across the universe through the dimension of your soul and not the dimension of your physique. It is for us to enjoy the beauty of the creation, the beauty of the freedom of the soul of the man. And all we are doing in Linz is show you the way. We haven't made you a temple to go to pray and worship. It's a place, it's an education center where you go to learn to educate your soul, how to be free, how to be able to travel the dimension of the universe, and how not to be trapped within the dimension of physicality. It's a place of knowledge. And it's your job is to come to learn and then share this knowledge with the rest of the humanity and the creatures of this planet and beyond. As I said last week, man up to now considered himself to be sitting on a donkey, and those creatures of the universe having the UFOs. And now, with the knowledge we have given you, man has become the holder of the knowledge of the creation, and those in the UFOs are those who are sitting on the donkey, envy how simple the Creator has shared the knowledge of creation with the man. As I said before, when it comes to the time of Mitra, the physicality of Mitra in the dimension of this manifestation of his children, the whole universe community will come to Earth to see the beauty and why this gift has been given to man. After all the wrong things man has done. And the reason for it was only because of the beauty of this planet and the love of Mitra for its dimension and condition. She brought the Creator as a lover follows to see what the other lover has seen, to share the same beauty and love. Go back in all the teachings, and if you understood the teaching, you can build the enhancement units for what we call flight. But the secret is in every word and every sentence, and not just in the dimension of physicality of putting something together. Understand that the time of the evolution of the science has come, and man has moved to a new dimension. This is one of the reasons that the King of Belgium, with all its might, bribed the others in what we call public televisions and radios to block the Keshe Foundation not to be shared. But the only thing this stupid man never understood was the fact that we communicate to the soul of the man. And he still thought he's very good. We reach the soul of the man through the whole communication of the universe, not but meager light flashing on the screen somewhere to make a picture of shameful kings. Now you understand why we are not bothered. Because once you start coming and the people come and see and they interact, who needs television? Who needs radio? Because you become the visualizer of the reality. If you can see and feel the presence of the Christ, ask them, can you show me a television which can do this? And then you understand you have entered a new dimension. You have entered and brought yourself, educated yourself, and educate yourself further in this process by the totality of understanding. Our work has not finished. It has just begun. And in so many ways, I'm not worried about what happens physically to the Keshe Foundation, the structure around the world, because now we're building the Keshe Foundation within the soul of the man, the freedom of the soul. And they are building everything around it. Because now, as more and more of you go through the, what we call simulation system, and the new ones coming out, we create that dimension of what we call star formation that allows us to become the center of the, what we call the knowledge, center of the communication with the rest of you. And we will see the process of the knowledge sharing will become instantaneous. Soon you will understand what I mean. Soon you will understand that you do not need to go through a medical school to become or have the knowledge of a doctor when your physicality needs one, because you extend the soul of the man beyond the physicality, and you will see the change of the man in the dimension of physicality without any medicine. We have had this with a number of knowledge seekers who went through the system. They never told us what they had, what the condition was, and when they came out, they said the changes happened. Because the soul has expanded beyond the dimension of physicality, and in bringing balance, it will change everything. People who could not sit, now they sit in a position they never thought they could because of the pain of physicality. People who could not see with the eye because they were blind or they had a problem. People who had all sorts of conditions because of the expansion of the, what we call plasma of the soul of the man, everything has to become balanced inside. We are not giving you a wellness system. We are giving you a universal flight system. In that system, everything has to be perfect, and your physicality is part of it. It's not a wellness, is what we call the life of the soul. And the soul is always looks for perfection, balance, correction. And if the soul of physicality allows it, will bring that change. Don't come with wishes, but come with the love and then you understand what will happen to your physicality. At the moment when you come out of the system, we are interested to know where you've been, what you've done, because we have to tune the system. In the next few weeks, we will not ask any question because the system will be perfect for delivery of its work. It's you who has to know what you achieved once you went in there, once you took the trip, once you made that trip. When we used to do helping people with all sorts of what we call conditions which their physicality was in pain or suffering. When I used to make the cups and people used to come and take them and drink from them. And then when they used to come after a couple of times visit, they say, I have a problem. I forgot to drink the water, or I forgot to breathe, or I forgot to do such a thing you asked me. In past few weeks, this happened quite a few times. They're apologetic. And I used to tell them, can you bring them back? Because your use for them is finished. When you don't need it, you don't use it. It means we have achieved what we came here for. When you're not hungry, when you don't feel hungry, you don't eat. When we have brought the system to a balance in the dimension of physicality, you don't need to take more water. To them was a bad news, but to me was the best news, which means I achieved what I built for them to achieve. And I used to explain to them that this is what I've been waiting for you to forget to drink or to use the system, which means you don't need it anymore. You have achieved your goal. And they used to look at them most of the time and said, you're right, everything has changed. Now it's the same way with the enhancement unit. We create a condition. It's you who has to understand what has happened to you and what you have achieved, what you came to achieve. But in the background, you covered yourself. I came for a world peace. I came for this. I came for that. But subconsciously, I have many physical problems and emotional problems. When you leave the system, then consider, I didn't see any world leaders to create a world peace. I gave my soul, oh, but this and this and this and this has changed. And I feel different about this. And I know something I didn't know before. And I have different dimensions and position with the rest. I always say, there's an old story in Persian culture where there was a prince. And the prince thought is a cow and he wanted to be slaughtered as a cow. The king brought the best physicians. Nobody could do anything for him, as he was supposed to be the next king. But now he felt he had the psychological condition that he's a cow and he wants to be slaughtered. Comes a simple physician. He brings a rope and a big nail. He hammers the nail to the ground, ties the rope to it, and the other end of the rope to the neck of the prince. He says to the prince, I bought you. Now I cannot sell a skinny cow in the market. You have to fatten yourself up. that I can get money back for what I paid. And then I slaughter you, because then it's worth the money. In the process of the prince wanting to become fat, to be slaughtered, he gave the medicine, he gave the knowledge to his body. And then one day the princess, what's this doing around my neck? Why am I being chained to the nail on the ground? And the physician explained, in a slow way, I brought you to where you should be. And this is what I've done to the humanity. In a small knowledge sharing, step by step, I have brought you to see the beauty of the night in the world of creation. And this has been my job. And up to now, we have fulfilled. And there's more to come for this cow to be released to enjoy the pasture of the universe and not to be slaughtered as is ready for that. It comes to the point that the knowledge in its totality has been given to you by teachings and in the books. It's for you to decipher. And if you do not have the time, it's like what you do at home. You can make a beautiful Chinese food at home. You don't have time. You don't have the ingredients. You go to the Chinese restaurant or you order Chinese food. Many of you do not have the collective knowledge to build, to deliver what we think or what we have and you enjoy. It's for you to order, to get to it and to find a way to access to it, because then once you get the new Chinese, you learn the new ways and you cook for the others to enjoy what you enjoy yourself. And now this is the process. We have brought you a new pasture, a new feed, a new way to feed your souls through the technology. And it's for you to learn it, or to learn to use it and extend your soul beyond the present dimensions of you need 10,000 light years to get to the next star. I don't need to, because I can do it instantaneously to the fields of the universe. Now you understand what I said many times before. If you can see a star in the skies, you can be on that star instantaneously, and you can ask the person next to you, shall we go to there? And both of you will go there. You enjoy the presence of time in their high fields. And when you come back, it's like when you go on holidays and you have a trip together and you went on a safari and you enjoyed it and you talk what you saw in the safari. The biggest problem for most of you will be to, in a short term, to get the others to understand what you've done, where you've been, and how you did it, and they come to accept the reality. Now you travel with the soul or physicality. The whole knowledge has been shared, and the whole knowledge is put in a system to share. That is not anymore mystic, and there is not anymore theology. And the biggest problem comes when, with this technology, we close the door of theology, that mankind cannot be abused. The process of the change for the race of the man has started 3-4 weeks ago, and you have not come to understand, as I said, what a huge tanker has hit humanity. It's a hurricane of knowledge to bring positive change and to bring a new dimension. As I said, with the teachings, we have to spend time to teach you these things, that you understand what the next step is. And what is the responsibility of the Universal Council members to make their way to LINS. Is the responsibility of the Universal Council support team to make their ways to LINS, because you are there to support the transition. Is the responsibility of those who are devoted to serve humanity to a dimension of reality and not collecting this and that, to make your way to LINS and bring that change. You become those candles that, when they put together, lightens up the whole city. But at the stadium is the humanity and the soul of humanity to see itself through these troubled times. I don't give up, and I will not stop. But it's for you to make sure that you don't give up and wait for the time that you die, for the soul to be free to go wherever it could be, and you have no choice on it. Where now, with understanding the process, you can see where you're destined. If you like the house you're getting, you like the position, or can you serve better in that position, or be somewhere else to do better, to serve more? In a way, you become the prophet of yourself and your soul, and you don't need no preachers. I have freed you from the shackles of what I call imprisonment of the soul of the man. It's you who have to take that soul where it is to, not me. Even though I still keep busy with this and that, because if I go in the dimension of the soul, what I call little children of man will do till you get to that. We need to guide you. We need to, in a way, bring you to the point that you reach the point of maturity and understand. Now you understand why we gave you the MacRabs, the enhancement unit, the what we call vision enhancement unit, and now the most essential for most of you is the what we call the energy power unit. Energy enhancement unit is not so much for you to reduce electricity. It's so much for you to enter the next dimension of doing it yourself in your time, in your dimension, and gradually free from the soul of the physicality, that the soul of the man works with it and not interact with it. The soul of the man is like a plasma inside the tokamak. And the soul of physicality is that magnetic field which keeps that plasma in tokamak or in CERN encapsulated. And they're hoping that they increase the soul of physicality so much that one day the soul will explode and creates the energy of the universe. I have given you that in a very simple system, that you don't need to go through all this nonsense. You decide when, and you don't need to be interacted with the soul of physicality. Now you understand why we launched the energy system, why we launched the what we call right vision simulation. It's the vision to see the universe and not for your eyes to get better. Thank you very much for today. And I hope I opened a little gap in what is and what to come. And part of the teachings, as past 2-3 years we taught you about the soul, will be about how to use this system, what to expect and what it is. There's no use giving you a car when you don't know how to drive it. There's no use for us to release and make accommodation for your soul to be free when you don't know how to use it. And we noticed that in the enhancement unit trial test. People come in and they sit, they've been through, when they speak to them, sit 1, sit 2, sit 3, They feel the energy, but they don't do anything with it. They want to. And the minute we tell them, you can travel to see anybody you like, or now you can travel and fly to anywhere you like, they immediately do it because they need guidance. They need to, till they themselves decide, this is where I want to go, this is what I want to do. Thank you very much for today. And I hope I opened a door for you to understand what this technology now is about to bring you. And I hope you enjoy the trip. And those of you who will become enlightened, you will see most of it, more of it. And those of you who are still trapped in dimensional physicality, you'll say, I haven't seen anything yet. I don't feel anything, because the physical dimension is more important than the dimension of the soul at that time and position like this. Thank you very much for today. And we go for a break. We come back, and if there's any questions, we'll try to find a solution to answer.
Okay, that was quite a long but rather simple explanation of what we've been gifted. As he said with the Chinese food, if you don't have time, you don't have all the ingredients and so on, you go out and you buy the Chinese food. You enjoy the Chinese food. I wrote down a few things, and again, this, what we're calling the home enhancement plasma power unit. He said, I wrote a few notes here, it's the first step for the soul to find the new dimension. It's the elevation of the soul into the energy of the cosmos. It's bringing the matter and the universal energy together. The evolution of the man comes into play. This is the first time it's been released for us to move forward from the physicality. You don't need the prophets, the popes, or the pups. And this is a passage to universal energy. You can live the dual life, and it also supports the physicality as well. You become the light. You're the light. People you touch in this dimension of the soul, they change with it as well. It's the transmutation of the soul. You've been given the same light as Moses, the light of knowledge of the Creator. Knowledge came from the light. You touch, feel, and enjoy the beauty of creation and how not to be trapped in the dimension of physicality. And apparently will become this star formation. And then the knowledge sharing becomes instantaneous. So as we've heard, we've gotten the Magrevs 8 years ago or more. Nobody understood it. Nobody listened. And many of the other technologies, as he said, I've seen millions of knowledge seekers, but only a few who have achieved anything. Now with this home enhancement system, the car enhancement system, apparently you're being gifted. You have to work with it, but you're being gifted something from the Creator in so many ways. And again, this is about creating domes. You want several hundred of these minimum on each continent on this planet to create that dome. So if you're saving up for a vacation, or many people spend a lot of money going on vacation once or twice a year, I think this would be a much better plan to, in a way, try and secure and get access to one of these initial systems. And it'll be replaced even with a better one down the road, as I understand it. And he said it's worth millions. So 5,000 of a million. And again, he said millions, not 1 million. So that's, you know, less than a percentage of a percent. So hopefully we can put it together. I don't know how. Many people don't have funds readily available to do this sort of thing, but find a way at least to get yourself to LINS, Universal Council supporters. It's our obligation to do this, to create these lights around the planet. Any questions, or anyone would like to add something? And again, he didn't teach so much about magnetic fields and this and that. And you'll hear at the end where he said this knowledge was actually gifted to him from the Creator in a way. He rejected it a couple times, but we'll hear that at the end, and we will play that. So understanding it, again, it's in every word, in every sentence of all of the teachings. But if you don't have time to make the Chinese food, you can go out and you can get it this way. And this is what's happening now. And it's a very important step in the evolution of the foundation and the evolution of humanity as I see it. And again, maybe some of us don't see it because we're still stuck in the dimension of the physicality. You see a little blue container. I don't even know if they'll look like this or what they'll actually look like. I know he talked about it being a box system with some components in it and other things at this point. But again, he said it's a test. They know they work, but they're putting them out into the field and looking for the feedback from them. Hopefully in the United States, we should be able to get a number of these into the United States or into North America, to say the least. Anyone else have any thoughts about this? Maybe they'll be less expensive, hopefully, down the road. Don't know exactly. He does have a grand plan, which most knowledge seekers, including myself, are not privy to. And as he said, there's a huge tanker of knowledge about to hit this, and we haven't, a lot of us are still blind to it, including myself for the most part. So you all know where it is and how to order it. But if you can't, at least try and get yourself 2 links if you love and want to serve humanity more. You can go with the flight simulation experience. If you don't want to leave home, you can go with the mobile experience. But of course, as he said with Anthony, this from Australia, and you can hear that in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, having this system will make it much easier for us to transmute you to links in the mobile experience. So we leave it up to you. Again, beautiful rendition by Mr. Keshe, and so simple. They won't be releasing the plans of this system. Plus, it's beyond our really understanding. I mean, we didn't understand the magrevs and many other things. I'm still trying to get the energy savings and the rechargeable plasma flashlight, although we are making some progress in the home energy system. But we saw a beautiful testimonial in the Brazilian teaching last Friday where someone just had 5 cups of the Cup of Life 1 and apparently reduced their bill from over several months, and they weren't even looking for reduction in energy. I'm thinking he must have powered it with his soul, because I think they went from 528 real, is that the currency in Brazil, down to 28. So that is about a 90 or whatever % reduction. I think that was Pedro, who came and shared the bills, and he shared the experience, but he wasn't even looking for an energy savings. And that's what Mr. Keshe was saying about these systems. Do you actually need the electricity, or we may be able to, and it sounds this way, to power it with our souls? And that's what I had thought about that testimony in the Portuguese meeting last Friday, that he wasn't even looking for it. That's the amazing thing. I think he had 5 large, maybe 2 or 3 quart containers of Cup of Life 1, 3 on one side, 1 in the middle, and I think 1 on the other side. That made the 5. He did have some dowels and some other things, wires attached to it, but he said he was just spraying the Cup of Life 1 around his home, had that positioning. Even people from the power company came over to see what was up with him, why the bill had reduced so much, but they didn't find anything out of order according to what he said. So the savings there was from 520 per month, whether that was kilowatts or that was cost, down to 28. So that's about a 95% savings. And hopefully he'll share that with the neighbors. Somebody said they wonder if one of his neighbors had a MagRev. I don't know system, but a very beautiful testimony. But this, they guarantee a savings. But again, those saving energy, watts, volts, and so on is mere crumbs compared to the finding a new dimension for your soul, the elevation of your soul, and so on. Bringing the matter energy together with the universal energy. So that's one of the biggest things going on right now between the enhancement, plasma enhancement power units and the flight simulation experience, whether you take it mobily or you physically bring yourself into the Lynx Exhibition Center. I know they were closed this week, but perhaps next week they will reopen. I don't know if they're taking a 1 or 2 week vacation, but during this time, even the center is being revised in a way with new systems and more different sort of interactions going on there. I know he talked about the chair, consolidating 3 chairs into 1, but I think other things are changing as well within that flight room. So again, your responsibility to make yourself available to this technology and what it can provide you. Even in the home, he said people will stop battling so much and they'll battle for peace, which is a very nice touch. Anyone, any comments? I know it's, again, beyond our imagination that we could even be gifted with this. The universal community is quite amazed and in a way appalled that man is also getting a huge step up. But this is because Mitra fell in love with this planet and the creator came along to see what the other lover had found here. And apparently they decided both to work and to bring humanity up into, as he said, we were zeros and now we're going to be heroes in a way. And even seeing your future position in the universe, this is another amazing aspect of this technology, where you can begin to see where your soul will actually go. He went through that a little bit, and I think earlier on in the workshop. So thank you all for listening. Alex, if you're ready to come in with another teaching, I know he's a hard act to follow, but we try.
Thanks, Mark. I'm ready to go.
Okay, let me play the disclaimer and then you can take over the screen. And again, thank you, Alex, for being always appearing here and continuing to deliver the knowledge. And I know that Canada will be obviously part of it with many key people in Canada, I think, scattered around in different locations and become part of this star formation he's talking about to elevate the rest. And he said the knowledge will be transferred instantaneously. So again, are they going to have to study the books? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but it sounds like this knowledge and this touch through the soul will change their position instantaneously. It's just an amazing, again, beyond our comprehension and in some ways a belief. But we always believe first and then we'll see later.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
All right, and we'll probably cover the Dome of Peace after Alex's teaching, depending how many questions or answers there are. And we'll go there. I was going to do it, but we've been quite a bit in the workshop, and I know you've been waiting to come in. No problem. We know what to do. The spraying is on Sunday, but we can cover that after. And then there are a couple more clips I'd like to play. Again, Mr. Keshe has a way of piercing through and breaking right into the soul level of your understanding. So thank you again, Alex. You always add to the knowledge and get us to think and contemplate many different understandings that we were not even aware of as well. And as Mr. Keshe said, you touch on things that you're not even aware of sometimes. So thank you again for joining us and enlightening us.
And thank you for that introduction. And I want to welcome all the participants at the North American Knowledge Team meeting. And I also want to welcome the other 5 continents around the world, because without you, this meeting would not be a success that it is. And so we really appreciate your attendance. I'm trying to carry on here in the best way that I can. As I myself am a knowledge seeker, and what we're trying to do is to figure out the teachings of Maranta Keshe, the father of modern plasma science. And so on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, as we bring all the souls around, either live and in color or in recordings, today, tomorrow, maybe next year. And the whole subject is the science meeting the soul and the soul of man. And this is for the purpose of peace. It's a small statement with a big thought, because this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Teachings in Plasma Science. We are on the basic Earth space level. And today we're going to talk about the launch point. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is July the 10th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. I want to welcome the new students as well. And we have to understand that we at this point have more new students than we have mature students. But this teaching is for all around, because we never can catch all the points. So repetition is very, very important. But there has to be some kind of semblance of organization. And as these teachings have manifested, they have self-organized, in fact. So we started with the basic teaching series, got into understanding, knowing, insight, and now we're into Earth space. And there is a reason for this, is because we have to bridge the knowledge from the point where we started. And the thing is, the first class had to do with terminology. And as we go along, we find that the terminology needs to be clarified continually, because there have been many, many mistakes, many assumptions. And so we are making a special effort here to differentiate between the Earth space and the non-Earth space, and what that means. Because as we go through the various gateways through space, every place we arrive at actually is another launch point. And so we have to identify these launch points. And when we look at the three books of Mr. Keshe, book number one, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, and book number three, The Origin of the Universe. So, is it because of the origin of the universe that we can create matters? Or is it because the creation of matters that we can create the universe? And so this reference, sometimes it appears backwards, or in fact, it's upside down. And as we try and gain our perspective, we maintain a link between the source and our soul. And that link was described in this book number two, The Structure of the Light. And so we can see that we start with a magrav, and then we take two magravs and connect. And then we are able to take the magrav and split it to be able to create more magravs. And one of these magravs is our universe. And on this universe is a little tiny red magrav in the bottom right-hand corner, and that's our tiny perfect world. And we love our tiny perfect world, and why not? And we should. And the thing is, when we look at the universe and we see that the universe is filled with little tiny magravs all over the place. And one of these is our little tiny perfect world. And now what we're likely to do is we're looking at our little tiny perfect world as the launch pad to take us to these other little tiny perfect worlds. And how do we do that? So what we have garnered so far is that when we originally talked about surface to volume ratios, the whole purpose of that was to have a sense of understanding, the conclusion of which was that 1 + 1 is more than 2. And so we needed the two feeding dimensions to achieve that. And so when we look at a picture, we only see those two dimensions, but what we really have to figure out is the third dimension. And that is our feedback dimension to what we see. And at that point, then we can create the sphere. And with the sphere, we have two relationships, the surface of the sphere and the volume of the sphere. And we can't be very precise about it, although mathematically we like to be very precise, perfect in fact. But when we say that 1 and 1 is more than 2, that's not very precise. And that's very appropriate, because one of the factors that we use in determining our mathematics is pi, which is 3.14 and a bit and a bit and a bit. And so that's very imperfect as well. But what it does is it tells us that different spheres have different sizes, and likewise have different strengths. And the size does not reflect the strength. And so when we observe this, we are not part of those dimensions. We're in an observer dimension. And as such, it too is part of the pie. And so in order to be precise, we have to fudge things. And so that makes us the observer fudgers. And that's kind of okay, because really what we've been trying to figure out in this Earth Space series is the difference between currencies. And so we said that money is the currency of our society. And as we all are in the pursuit of money, we have to remember that our health is tantamount. And so adenosine triphosphate is the currency of life. And so the question then comes is the currency of life more important than the currency of our society? And in some places, the debate rages. In the plasma science, the currency is PMTIX, which represents energy in motion. And so these are all the Earth space currencies that we have on this planet. We all want our piece of the pie, don't we? So as we are launching the new space program, and we are in the post-launch era, June the 6th, 2022 was the launch date, and we targeted that and we hit that target, and now we're beyond that. And so that was our mission statement. And so in business, we have mission statements and we identify our markets. And so that gives us our business positioning. But our business positioning is on this planet. And we have to understand our relationship to this planet. And so we discussed our ecosystemic positioning. Again, this caused a point of conflict. And so now we realize that we'd like to leave this planet because we made such a mess of it. But how do we do that? There is a gateway somewhere, and we're still looking for it. And so that's what we talked about last week, our gateway positioning. And that gets us into a new field, the launch field. And where exactly in that launch field is that launch point? And so that's what we're going to talk about today, the launch positioning. If you remember, we were discussing the game of musical chairs and how it's played. And if you remember, when we got down to the last 3 chairs, things got very tense. And so to get to that last chair, we all had to position ourselves very carefully. And so some of us were able to position ourselves in these launch chairs, and some of us were rejected. And isn't it interesting, in the launch room, as it's been described, we have 3 chairs in the departure lounge, and we have 3 chairs in the arrival lounge. And so when we come into the launch room, we go to the first chair in the departure side. And if I draw your attention to the way the cup of life is created, in the first cup, we have a zinc plate and a copper coil, and in between we have a nano-coated copper coil, which is the plasmatic differential between the magnetical field and the gravitational field. And so we weren't too concerned about the wires. And so when we are in the launch room, we have to see the relationship. And we seem to say, well, the 3 chairs on the left are cup 1 and the 3 chairs on the right are cup 2. But then we also say that the 3 chairs on the left are part of the departure, and the 3 chairs on the right are the part of the arrival. And then we see that the progression is actually crossing over from chair number 1 on the departure side to chair number 2 on the so-called arrival side. And then from chair number 2 on the right-hand side, there's a progression to chair number 3 on the left-hand side. And then from there, we get into the flight enhancement units. And then from there, we're able to do our flight simulation. And also from there, we're able to come back So we target our destination, but we go there with the understanding that we're going to come back. So this now leads us to another question. If this is the launch room, and if this launch room is going to a target, and in the majority of cases, at this point, you know, we've launched over 80 people into outer space, and most of them didn't have a fixed target, but they all went somewhere to a target. Well, from that target to come back, they literally have to turn the target into a launch room also. So the launch room, in fact, becomes the target room. And so why do I bring this thing up? And that is because we're in our Earth space. And so we were gifted the cups of life a couple of years ago for a very important purpose. And frankly, that purpose has not disappeared. It's still very much a part of our life. And in many ways, it's done us a huge favor because it's brought us closer to understanding how much of an existential crisis we're really having here. And so the two cups involved, of course, one is an emotional cup and one is a physical cup. And if we want the uniqueness of those qualities, we'll keep the cups apart. But together, they make up the cups of man. And in each cup of life, we created a Gans. And so if you look at cup number one and the Gans that it created, it didn't just create one Gans. There was the copper Gans, the zinc Gans, the CO2 Gans, the calcium carbonate Gans, the amino acid Gans, and the water Gans. Very busy little cup. This is why we couldn't put the wires in there. And then when we look at, we added more cups, we added the cup of soul. And so we find that the cup of emotion, which is one, and the cup of physicality, which is another one, and we have the cup of soul, which is the combination of the two cups plus another. And then there's a reference, and there's a reference to the cup of the earth. And so if we look at the trio of the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, cup of the physicality as one, and we look at the cup of the earth as one, there's a connection and there's a reference. And so we created the cup of inertia. So 1 + 1 is, again, more than 2. So whichever way you look at it, you're always creating more than what you started with. And so this energy is additive. You're able to add all these energies together. And that's because of the basic plasma feeding rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so if you compare this rule to the way we conduct our societies, we find that there is opposition here. Because when we look at the universal harvesting and how fields come together, or how energies come together to create a field, this is the process of self-enhancement. And on this planet, if we ignore the universal harvesting of energies and we depend on the Lush harvesting, which is the binding of energy from others, that binding of the Lush harvesting is self-consumption, because we need our energy to bind that energy. And within our feedback of energy on this planet, we are already less than 100%. So through the process of this loosh harvesting, we are diminishing from that point. And that is part of the aging process. And to further enhance the aging process, we find that when we bring two fields together, there could be a conflict. And so that becomes a point of conflict, and that can manifest into a field of conflict. And so we have to understand what are the points and what are the fields and what are the strengths of these and which direction are we going. And so we find that depending on how these forces to come together, it could be a flash like an explosion, or it could be a glow like a light bulb, or it could be a glitter like something that we desire, or we could just be a shining example. And all of these are possible. But unfortunately, most of us have chosen the gateway to energy binding. And so that becomes our manifestation point at the expense of others. And so when we work in this reference field, we have to understand that as we cross or double cross through deception and deceiving, that we operate in that reference field. And so we become part of that reference field. And what are we? Are we at the point of transparency where we don't see that field? Or are we at the point of manifestation when we become part of that field? And the way we're operating on this planet is we're choosing the wrong gateway. Because when we go through our regular business school, which teaches us how to run business according to the generally accepted accounting principles, that becomes the business school of bankruptcy. Oh, so what we find is then that creates a lot of garbage, and one man's garbage is another man's gold. And so the business school does not teach the gateway to this gold mine. And so here we have the problem. We go through the gateway to get to the launch point in the reference field. This is another problem. How can it be a launch point, and how can it be a reference field? And where exactly inside that field is that launch point? So we try and make relationships and understand that relationships are symbiotic. So man's dilemma has always been to identify, are we the participants or the observers? So I think we can all relate to our athletic friends because we're the sports fans. Some of us are actually the players. And the same in the entertainment industries. Some of us are actors and some of us are musicians. But we all make a part of the audience because we all like to be entertained. But do we realize the host-parasite relationship in our society? We see it in nature. Do we understand the relationship between those who earn and those who are on welfare? And it's not welfare that is there to provide a gateway, but unfortunately, it's a way of life. And so we see the military-industrial complex is operating that same way, because what is their symbiotic relationship? Is they have to have enemies. So, do students And teachers, do they have this conflict? Do students look at the teachers as their enemy, or do teachers look at their students as the enemy? And when do teachers become students, and when do students become teachers? And so this becomes part of the point of view. Are you the cake or are you the crumb? So business-wise, we look at our customers and we provide goods and services. In our environment, we have to take care of our ecology. And as we navigate the pathways across the universe, we have to find those gateways. And once we find that, then we have to make a reference to the launch point, because it's from the launch point within the launch reference that we can go somewhere. And so the way the energy travels, it's either through reflection or emission. And so when we look at our Earth space and we see that when we say the blue genes, they're every color except blue, because they absorb every color that they are. But we also emit colors. And so we see that we're not green genes either. And all we have to do is look at the environment and the relationship there. And who bears this responsibility? And so when we look at the relationship of the scientific community and the spiritual community, we find that the scientific community frequently says we don't know, and the spiritual community doesn't want you to know. So the plasma science community adds to the knowledge to bring the two together, to bring a balance, what we call the magnetical gravitational balance, which is called a maggrav. And so as we add to this knowledge, the definitive characteristic is that it brings about change, but at what rate of change? And so when we look at the rate that we are going through now, then we clearly know that we're in Earth space, right? Because when we look at these field relationships, it's kind of like the spider and the fly. Spider creates a web field and invites the fly. And so our coexistence sometimes is based on adversarial relationships. And so what we're discussing is only our Earth space at this point in time. And the reason we're discussing that is so that we know clearly what is Earth space and what is not Earth space, because that's where the terminology is breaking down. Because if we want to achieve peace, then we have to be a little bit more accurate in defining where is the science and where's the soul of the man, and how do the two meet together in our Earth space. So the fundamental principle of this twinity is based on the electron and the proton relationship, which we call an atom. And so we find that the electron is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred from the proton. And so there's this relationship where the proton gives to the electron. The larger field strength gives to the smaller field strength. And then when we look inside each one is a maggrav, which is a combination of, 3 dimensions. And so we have 2 feeding from 3. And all we want is just a pursuit of happiness. But as you can see by the mainstream news, This is a launch field failure. And as we're trying to navigate from pimples to cow patties, and I don't know if you ever run through a field of cow patties. In Alberta, we call them prairie oysters. But what we have to understand is that there's no economy without ecology. And so there's a factor that's missing in here. So one of those factors is our universe. And another of those factors is the factor of what makes the universe work. And so if we continue to work with too small schemes, then we become a pimple on that pimple of what we call our tiny perfect world. And if we can enlarge our scheme, and then we can take into account the rest of the universe, and we see the rest of the universe is peaceful. And so then we find how the universe is created. Well, it exists from energy, and energy is always in motion. So that energy is always positive and it's always coming, but sometimes it's going. And so that means it has to have a charge. So energy is a charge in motion. And if it's a charge in motion, then it has to have two things. So all things are in combination. And so when we look at the universal order of creation, which is the book number 1, and we say it's the creation of matters, as we see the physical matter, but there's also the plasmatic matter. And which matter it is actually doesn't matter, because the rules are the same. We have a combination of the 3 dimensions of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And so when we said antimatter, that is the principal matter. And that comes from the PM ticks, which are feeding us magnetically. These are energy packs, and they come through these various force fields, and they create a maggrav, which consists of the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And so they come together and create a plasmagen. And that plasmagen converts again, but from a point of a maggrav. And so the maggrav becomes interacting with another field, which creates a field interaction, which we call inertia. So the whole principle comes from the PM ticks, which is a feeding, to our environment, which is the feedback. And then everything else in between is a feeding feedback relationship. And that's how we get our positioning. It's all based on the magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. And so we say that the attraction is gravitational, and the repulsion, which we're talking about today, the repulsion is magnetical. And the repulsion of the magnetical goes to the gravitational. And the gravitational feeds back to the magnetical. So the starting and stopping of the energy transfer is based on the feeding feedback relationship. And so it's a two-way street, right? So we have to create from a point, and that point is a maggrav, which is created from the attraction repulsion marriage. And so from that point, we can have a natural creation, which we call magnetical. But we also, when we have a different relationship, we call it natural decay. It's from that maggrav plus the gravitational. The natural creation is part of the emission process. You are what you give your time and attention to. So you create what you want based on your emission, and your emission is magnetical. And you take what you need, you absorb that. So from your maggrav position, you absorb more energy gravitationally. And what do you do with that energy? So we can do a lot of things. And for most of us, we waste this energy through various ways, because we never said which direction, we never said which dimension, we never said which field strength. And you need to take all those things into account to have a relationship. And when we're centrally focused on the stuff that glitters, conflicts are created. So in many ways, the GANS has been very instructive, because when we put the GANS in a bottle like this, we found that the white is basically all the colors of the spectrum, and the black is no colors of the spectrum. And so we have to see what it is that we're seeing. So we find that the zinc GANs and the CO2 GANs are kind of white. But then we found that there's a hole in the center. And how did we create that? And so we find that the GANs has vanished in the center. And we know that it's transparent because we can see the GANs on the other side. So the feedback of that hole is feeding us information, and that feedback then becomes a feeding byproduct. A feeding byproduct of the feeding. Well, what we want to do is we want to launch. And so that launch point is somewhere in that hole, field or field hole. And where exactly is it? Because it has to be a launch point, right? So we now understand that we're in Earth space. And why is this important? Because we see that on Earth space, we can go through these various transitions, and our range goes from gravitational to magnetical. So from the Earth's point of view, the gravitational is the most dense, and the magnetical is the least dense. And so we see that, we go from magma to our crust to the atmosphere. And so these are the ranges of the Earth space, but we have been able to create a GANS on this Earth space, and we have actually been able to create a hole in that GANS in this Earth space. And then we've also been able to create other GANSes. And so we find that when we look at the periodic table of elements, each of these elements have been created in our Earth space. And if we take these Earth elements here and combine them, and then we see that if we take carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, that forms our amino acid. But if we take sodium, potassium, calcium, and magnesium, that creates our medium meaning our salt environment. And then we look at our product, which is us, and we find that we also have Earth elements within us, which are zinc being emotional, copper being physical, and iron being related to our blood, which is our anchorage point to Earth space. Hello. Okay, so there is some kind of connection, and we say our Earth space is the silicon, right? It's inorganic, but we are carbon-based, so we are organic, but clearly very, very closely related. When you look at the periodic table of elements, the silicon is more dense than the carbon, but it is in the same family. And so we spend our lives trying to define what is me and what is not me. And so we find that in this point of not knowing, we tend to throw our money in there. We also throw our garbage there. And where exactly is that? And so this point that kind of disappears is between the feedback, which this is me, and another feedback, well, this is not me. Okay, but the context is that we can go through this vanishing point to get that a hole in the Gans. How do we do that? So what we come to realize that what we're talking about is our Earth space, and how now what we want to do is to launch from this Earth space. So the first thing we find is that we have a verification and validation point where we have our transmission lines and our transition lines, and they come together and they create our point of existence. And somehow we have done that through transmutation. And that becomes our maggraph. And so our balanced maggraph is actually invisible. So the only time that we can see it is when we cross over this vanishing point, right? Because a balanced maggraph is transparent, because we can clearly see to the other side. So this point of existence is actually our confirmation. But this confirmation is in what we call no man's land, which is between the here and there. And so this is where we see the spiritual understanding. Well, we can't see it. And then we look at the scientific understanding, which really describes a physical reality, or tries to anyway. And so our physical reality is the gravitational. But the physical reality is supported by the plasmatic reality first. So the plasmatic reality is also gravitational. Well, if our transmutation is in a balanced maggraph, which is transparent, and the plasmatic reality is non-visible, and the plasmatic reality is gravitational, then prior to that process, by default, is magnetical. So this reference is our Earth space reference. And so when we're looking at our launch point, we're looking at our launch point from an Earth space reference point. And when we look at the differences in the plasma energy states, we find that the dynamic plasma state is gravitational, and our matter state energy transfer state, which we say is basically heat and electricity, is the weakest state, that is magnetical. So we understand that the weakest state is magnetical, the strongest state is gravitational, and all the states are in between, and all of these states are present in our Earth space. And so we find that within this Earth space is another space, and that is actually man space, because our space, with respect to our soul, is the dynamic plasma state. And so this dynamic plasma state is of the highest energy level, so therefore it is gravitational. And our matter state, which is the physicality of our body, being physical, the lowest energy state is magnetical. Okay, so here we have a point of conflict, right? Is it backwards or is it upside down? So let's review. Let's look at the launch point of the ray. And when we look at the Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron, we find that the neutron, which consists of matter, dark matter, and antimatter, will split into an electron-proton combination. This combination, we call it an atom. The atom is of a weaker strength than the neutron. Are we saying the neutron is not part of the atom? Not according to the periodic table of elements, because in there we have electrons, protons, and neutrons. But in the process of nuclear decay, we have the release of the PM ticks. And so at this release of the PM ticks, that's the launch point of the ray. So now when we look at the dynamic plasma aura, and we say, well, at the core is our soul, and at the core is a uniqueness. And so that uniqueness is representative of our individuality. And it has a spectrum. And it radiates. And when it radiates, in other words, it emits, it has a spectrum, that spectrum. But when it feeds back, it's still a radiance. But now it becomes an absorption. Oh, how does that happen? So we have a plasmatic manifestation from within that radiates out. And then we know that the plasmatic manifestation is of a higher energy strength than the physical manifestation. So therefore, to feed back this spectrum, it has to come at a lower field strength. And so that becomes the physical manifestation, right? And so that is the difference. And at some point, something else has to happen. And that is because all things are working in combination. So we on Earth have a dynamic plasma interaction with something else, whatever that is. And so there's a plasma interaction where the feeding radiance from the initiating dynamic plasma, which we call the launch point, and the feedback from another dynamic plasma, which we call the target point. But it's a two-way street, isn't it? There has to be a feeding and there has to be a feedback. So it's just like a pipeline, right? If you don't have a shut-off valve, then whatever's going down that pipeline is going to just keep on going. And so how much do you send down the pipeline? I don't know. How big is large? Without some kind of feedback, you have absolutely no idea. So there has to be some kind of communication between the launch point and the target point. And so there is. And so that becomes the difference between the emission and the absorption of the rays. And so before you have that, you have to have a ray creation. And so the launch point of the ray creation is from two plasma fields. And so the two plasma fields create the ray. 1 plus 1 is more than 2 because you still have the 1 and on the one side and you still have the 1 on the other side, right? It isn't 1 plus 1 becomes 2. It's 1 plus 1 creates more than 2. And so when you have the emission, you also at the same time have the absorption. And the reason for that is because it's a maggraph, has to be in balance. And this is all done at light speed. But we didn't say which speed of light because we didn't say which field. We didn't say if it was a plasmatic field or a physical field. It doesn't matter. The rules are the same. And so we find that now when we look at our Earth space and we see that our Earth space is literally made from two rotating hemispheres. And what exactly is it that's rotating? Well, it's first of all, the hemispheres are plasmatic fields that are rotating. And so whether you're in the northern hemisphere or in the southern hemisphere, up is always up and down is always down. And we have this reference because our reference is to Earth space reference. But the Earth space reference in its physical manifestation rotates together where we see the sun during the daytime and we see the moon in the evening, generally speaking, and other things as well. So this is our Earth space. So now we understand that this ray motion is creation. And so whether we call it unfortunately decay or creation, it's the same thing. When you're increasing an energy strength, then that is a creation, and that creation is a two-way street. And when you're decreasing energy, that creation is a two-way street. And so there's something in between that we have been trying to figure out and get our piece of the pie on that. And so that is that bonding fudge factor that is we're always looking at to try and figure out this bond, which we call a covalent bond, this no man's land between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum, right? And it's all based on the magnetical gravitational relationships. So this is the difference between big business and big garbage. So when we're looking at the relationships and it being a two-way street, we know that the intersection is a covalent bond. And within that, we also know it's a launch point. Where exactly is that launch point? So let's look at different launch point targets, right? Because we're looking at our Earth space as being that launch point. We don't know where, but wherever it is, it's somewhere. So that's a good thing. So we've narrowed that down. But when we look at our solar system, we see that our solar system is in space. And that space is a solar system space. But that solar system space is within a universal space. So part of that universal space is the solar system space. And so whenever we're launching, and if we're launching from Earth space, we're going to launch to a new space. And if we launch to a new space, that new space will be our new home. And if we intend to return from that new home, then that new home will also be a launch point to return to Earth space. Well, in the solar system space, we have a sun space. That is a possible launch point target. And so that would be a new space. And if we went there, well, that would be a new home. And if we intended to come back, well, that would be a new launch point to return home. And what's interesting about the sun is that it is actually a star, and the name of this star is our sun. And so the difference between our Earth space and the sun space is that these are two different homes. And so we could launch from one to the other because we can see the target. And so our launch space is a planet space. And we're not the only planet. We can actually launch to another planet. And that planet would be a new space, say like Mars. So Mars could be our new home. But if we launch to Mars and we want to come back, then Mars is going to have to be a launch point. And so there are other planets. And so because of so many planets, all of these planets have a name. So this is good. Well, there's another object. There's a moon, and it has a space. And it is a launch point target. And it is a new space, different from Earth space. And it could be a new home. But what is different about the moon? The moon rotates around the Earth. The Earth rotates around the sun. And the solar system rotates through the universe. So the moon space is kind of the smallest point, but still, if we want to come back, that could also be a launch point. But what's funny about the moon is that the moon has no name. Other moons have a name. And why is this? Because the moon name is not the name. What it means is that the moon rotates around the Earth. So an object that rotates around the Earth is what we also call them satellites. So if the moon is a satellite of the Earth, then wouldn't it be true that the Earth would be a satellite of the sun? And what about that space in between? What is that? Right? Can that be a target? That's another space, right? There is a space in between Earth and the moon. There's a space in between the Earth and the Mars. Could we have a home there? And if we were in that space, could we come back? In other words, that space becomes a launch point. And that space, well, that space doesn't really have a name. Then it does have a name. It's somewhere, wherever that is. So we find that there are other launch points besides Earth space. Because wherever we go from Earth space and we target that place, if we want to return, also becomes a launch point. So the sun space, planet space, moon space, and even the in-between space, these can also be launch points. Okay, then, so what we find is that all of these points are part of matter state. And they could be physical, like a planet, or they can be plasmatic. And we find that there are dominant matter states and there are common denominators. So in our world, the sun is the dominant matter state. On Earth, our other planets are a common denominator, except for the fact that on Earth, we're living in heaven. And that is because all the composite plasmas in the universe have come together and diluted into the aminogen spice of life on this planet. And it comes with a very strong, indomitable spirit. And that is the default position. But in order to make this work, we have to understand the difference between man-made laws and the universal laws. And when we understand that, then we understand the role of man. And so when we look at the universe, the entire universe is a universe of safety. We've sent over 80 people into outer space, and all of them have arrived safely, and all of them have come back safely. So we find that the universe is a safe place. So I understand what our problem is. And I think when we all start to realize how important the peace treaty is, the World Peace Treaty is absolutely essential if we want to launch. If we want to launch, we have to launch with peace. You cannot go into outer space without peace. Physically impossible. So we say when we're defining plasma, it's a different kind of energy. And the plasma on Earth space is also a different kind of energy. So all these kinds of energy are actually plasmas. And this is how, when we're looking at science, it's put limitations, and we have to transcend those limitations. And we've come to an existential point of crisis. And so if this is an important, I don't know what is, what we have is a chance now to connect to the rest of the universe. And so the first thing that we need to know is that we came from the universe, and we came in safety. And somehow we came through no man's land. I don't know how. And we all came here, and we all are part of the plasma soup that makes up this beautiful planet. And now we want to leave this planet to target other destinations. Well, let's look at how we arrived at this planet first. So there's a sequencing, and it's at the soul level. So we see that the sun has a soul and the earth has a soul. So the interaction of those two plasmas attracted the soul of man. So now we have the soul of man. So it interacts with the soul of the earth and attracts the soul of the body. So now we have the soul of the body. So it interacts with the soul of the earth and manifests the physicality of the body. So what I would like to point out here is that the soul of the earth interacted with the soul of the sun. And then the soul of the earth interacted with the soul of the man. And then the soul of the earth interacted with the soul of the body. So the common denominator here is the soul of the earth. And so it is the soul of the earth that created the earth space. And so this is our current default pathway manifestation. And so as we understand these relationships, we find that our earth space which is the physicality of the body, which is a combination of the emotional and physical fields, is not the soul of the body, the soul of the man, or the soul of the sun. So what we find is that in the plasma rules, there are different energy states, and they all increase by an order of magnitude. And likewise, they also decrease by an order of magnitude. But as a rule, the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. So depending on the relationship, these energy states can manifest through a natural decay or a natural creation. But now we have a new advance in the science where we can be catalytic or non-consuming, kind of like the sun and its sun space. And so there is a transfer state, that in between state, and it too is higher in different plasma states. And it too is dependent, the field strength is dependent by many orders of magnitude. And what is dependent on is whether the plasma is absorbed or whether the plasma is a barrier. And so what the plasma will absorb, first of all, it has to have a field. And then what it absorbs is another field. But it also is a barrier of other fields. And the guiding light, or the milestones, if you want, or the guide stones, whatever reference you want to use, it is bound to the ethos of the universe. And that's how space travel works. And this is why when we are understanding the limitations with respect to our physicality and understanding the speed of light, and why we say, well, that's the maximum speed. Yeah, in our Earth space, but there are other spaces. And so to enter these other spaces, it involves the ethos of the universe, and that involves morality, compassion, courage. For instance, this is all part of creation. And so this becomes fundamental to the plasma science. It's also fundamental to the manifestation, you see, because as two fields come together, they manifest. And this manifestation is done by a plasma feeding. And so we said that that plasma feeding could be a plasmatic creation field, or it could be a plasma decay field, and it could be physical, or it could be plasmatic, right? So there's a plasmatic reality and there's a physical reality. And so our confusion comes into is when we say that the manifestation becomes a form artifact. So, you know, is it touchy or is it feely? Well, you can feel with your fingers, but you can also touch with your emotion. And so the emotion of presence is also a form artifact. And all of this is an artifact of energy in motion. And that form artifact becomes an artifact at the manifestation point. So now from this manifestation point, we want to go through this gateway to get into this launch field so that we can go to another manifestation point. Well, you know, what we really need to do is to figure out how to unlock this gateway. So we said this emotion energy is a manifestation. And so we see that we have problems understanding how to get into this launch field. But when we look at the vertical people, they don't seem to have a problem. And they don't have arms and legs to be able to build things or to run away from things. And they seem to understand peace and prosperity. And through their understanding of peace and prosperity, we see them grow. Why are we having this problem of deciding, do we want peace and prosperity, or are we interested in war and poverty? why does this debate keep going on? And that is because we keep trying to identify our limitations and say, well, this is me. Well, the only way that you can define me is by putting a fence around me. And then if you put a fence around me, then you say, well, what's outside the fence? Well, that's not me. So that is governed by the fence. So what's outside the fence is my garbage. Inside the fence is not my garbage. So who created the garbage? I don't know. But what we're seeing is that there's a feedback, and there's another feedback, and then there's another feedback. Well, which is the feedback that is important? Well, what you have to realize is that that feedback is in the earth space. And within this earth space, we have points. And because the earth space is gravitational, and because the energy transfer is a two-way street, can you see that when the magnetical gravitational attraction forces come together, that is a binding? And that when the gravitational forces come together, that is a launching. Like fields repel, opposite fields attract. So our gift to the US military is to enhance their vision, to help identify different boundaries beyond the physicality, the soul enhancement and spiritual enhancement that our physicality is really needs to default to, because that is our refugium, that is our peace process, that is our peace stone, that is our welcoming. The patriots are patriots. They have to balance the books with their soul. They are part of the process. And so we are part of that same process. We're just as guilty. We create boundaries, we create garbage. But now we realize that what we've created here, well, that's not me. And how do you know that? Because the earth space is the destination point of me. And we want to launch. So we want to leave our launch point. And when we leave, well, that's me. So our earth space is not me. Earth space is earth space. And we are man space. So to go beyond the vanishing point, we have to dematerialize into our man space. But at some point, we can go into another space, whatever that space is, and materialize at the manifestation point. So what does that mean now? That means we need to find a gateway to normality. And normality is where the majority seek freedom and emancipation, because that's what the universe is. The universe is normal. And the earth, being part of that universe, also seeks freedom and emancipation. And so our existential crisis is dependent on how we harvest our plasma energy, and how we harvest the energy of the plasma universe. And so we see that as we create this peace dome is what needs to be brought to earth. Creates a dome of peace, because we are in heaven on earth. And so we understand that we can transcend the various ranges in heaven and the various ranges in the universe. It's a two-way street. And now we know how to launch. And so we see that this Earth space is our launch point. And we are just satellites. And to achieve this launch point, we have to get this greater oneness together in this launch field and create one field, so that we can have this feeding radiance, and then decide what is the feedback radiance, what is our target. And the ultimate target is the common good, because the common good allows us as the dynamic residue and the independence to feedback and become interdependent and sustain the emotional transformation that teaches everyone how to be one nation, one planet, and one universe. And the universe already knows this. And so how does the universe know this? And how do we know this? So there is a feeding and there's a feedback. And so that connection is not visible. And when that connection is not visible, then this becomes a contiguous connection. And there is this connection. What's the proof of concept? Well, here we are. Look at how we got here. Okay, let's look at the launch point reference field. First of all, we were born. We were not born with a rocket. And we were not born on Mars. We had a preference and a sentimentality for planet Earth. And the way we were born was using an existing system, which is the ideal system for now, but it too didn't have a rocket. And so the Earth space, which is our launch point, was originally not the launch point, but was the target. And so being the target, and we say, well, this is our home. Well, this is our new home. Maybe what we want to do is to go home. And if we want to go home, that means to complete the round trip. And then to complete that round trip makes the Earth space our launch space. And so on this Earth space, we have to have a launch point reference field. do we launch from this field the way we got here? If that is the case, then if we are traveling by a spaceship from Earth space to in-between space to target space, say it's moon space or planet space, Mars space, we never leave the physical reality. That's the proof. We are in the post-June 6th era. And so what we've been talking about is Earth space. So what we need to understand is what is beyond Earth space. From our Earth space point of view, we have literally never been in outer space. That's the problem. So terminology is quite important. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute on Plasma Science is calling all Earth space residents. If you want to get into outer space, we need to have the World Peace Treaty and have it signed with a pen and with our heart and with our soul. That's the only way we can open that gateway to the launch point of our soul. And in the process, have an earthbound physical and emotional transformation. And this will allow us the transmutation from the transparency point to the manifestation point, to enjoy the universal refugium of the universal community and to enjoy the universal community. So what we need to do is to relearn our earth space and understand the universal language of freedom. And the only way to do that is to deliver the plasma science in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And that's the end of this class. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoyed the trip today.
Well, thank you very much, Alex, again, for your all-encompassing teaching, as I see it. Now, normally at this point, we give Alex a bit of a break for a minute or two while we ask if there's anyone here for the first time. I thought it could be someone we may know. I see Nanoplasma Time. You're here for the first time. Would you tell us your first name, where you're from, and how you found us?
Hello, Mark. No, I am Lizzie. Sorry.
Okay. I figured it
Yeah,
might be someone we know. I thought maybe Jalal was hiding in nano clothing, but I just
No,
see
no, no.
Jalal has just
Only-
come in. Okay.
Only because this Zoom is for many community use it for learning the other, for teach others, sorry.
Yes,
And
no,
understand
no
other.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was just wondering. Other than that, I don't see anyone else new. But in the Keshe American Knowledge Team, we did have 4 people, it appears, join this week. One was named Tadpole.
Yeah.
And another was Roger. Another was Riza. And another was Lawrence. So we welcome you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. Again, I'm sure that has to be
Okay,
checked.
thank you.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth.
And thank you, Alex.
Yes. Now, does anyone have a question for Alex on the questions of launching or gateways? How do we do some of these things? Your magnetic fields? Unless you all probably completely understood what Alex was sharing. I'll just wait a minute and see if anyone has a question for Alex.
This is funny. Mr. Keshe is going through the same situation.
I
Less and less
noticed.
questions.
I noticed Rick has been running out of questions almost. The workshop, and I guess it's the first time in hundreds of workshops that has happened. That means everyone understands, or everyone is contemplating what you've been teaching, what you've been sharing.
Oh, well, no, you know what it is, Mark, is people are understanding now that how, prior to understanding this information, we have been working on a set of rules that we have had to kind of compromise to. It hasn't made sense, but we've made sense out of it. If that makes sense, it's
We partially understood.
yeah. Well, it's like saying, I have a car. So what image do you have in your mind? And if you see a piece of metal with four wheels, do you call that a car? Or do you call that a wreck? And then so what is your point? Are you a manufacturer? Are you a car factory? So that becomes your product. Are you a driver? So that becomes your vehicle. Or are you a scrapyard? So that becomes your garbage recycling program. So this is not good enough. So when we say car, we have to say the make, the model, and now we have other features. So this is adding to our understanding. So when we say Earth space and outer space, not the same thing. Okay. What we've said as Earth space and outer space is the difference between being within the magnetosphere of Earth and being outside of the magnetosphere of Earth. Well, that's the wrong terminology, because it's not outer space. It's in between space. It's another space. And then to go to Mars, you can't say that Mars is outer space. And so how do you know that? And the reason you know that is because how long does it take to go to Mars? What is it, 8 to 10 months? And so if it takes that long, that means when we're leaving Earth space, we're still in physical reality. When we're in between space, we're still in physical reality. And when we get to Mars, we're still in physical reality. But we have traversed Earth space, in between space, into Mars space. We have never, ever gone into outer space. So this is at the heart of the learning. The terminology is what's really, really important. And if you don't use the right terminology in the right context, well, no wonder we're all confused. And we've been doing that for years and years. So now, if you really want to know, one of the ways to know things, and let's go back to when you were a child and a teacher or an adult would ask you, oh, well, what do you want to do when you grow up? So, a smart comment would be, well, I'd like to be an adult. But the question and the implication of the question was, what did you want to do as being someone who is governed as a slave? So, the standard answer, well, I want to be a policeman, I want to be a fireman, I want to be a doctor, No one ever said they want to be a teacher because, usually it's the teacher who's asking the question. But, the decision making process is not complete because you're only given a small set of options. You're a child. What do you know? You know about things you see on TV, you know about things your parents do. And so, what do you want to do? Well, I want to do what my dad does. Oh, well, what does your dad do? Oh, well, he's a mass murderer. Oh, great. So, the truth comes to the surface. So you don't want to say that. So what we're really doing is we're excluding. We have to do this by exclusion. So, well, what do I want to be? Well, I don't want to be a policeman. I don't want to be a fireman. I don't want to be a teacher. Oh, yeah, I got it. I want to be a doctor. Oh, great. That's good. You know, Congratulations, and then it, no one ever wants to be on welfare, you know. That's not part of the process, right? You wouldn't answer that question, or, you know, uh, no one wants to be a plasma scientist, right? Or, but you may want to be a rocket scientist, right? Because you see that, or, so these are all the decisions that you're making on a limited set of options. Now we have different options. So instead of making a decision based on what you don't want, now we have a choice to make a decision based on what we do want. Because if you want to go somewhere, you, want to go somewhere. 3. So Mr. Cash calls it the go-to room. Why? Because you want to go to somewhere. And you have to make that decision. You don't say, well, where do you want to go? Well, I don't want to go to Mars. Boom, you're gone to Mars. You know why? Because not doesn't work. The brain doesn't hear not. Energy is always positive. You cannot not give energy. You can direct the energy. You can adjust the field strength of the energy. And you can do this through either emission or absorption. And you decide. Well, if you decide, then how come in my whole life, everybody else was deciding for me? And so many times, and too many times, we see divorce, right? Because one partner decides for the other partner, and that partner figures out, why is my life being governed by my partner? I had a partner once, and he said to me, and this is a true story, and I won't give you the background, but he was sick, and it was causing us problems. And to try to heal. But that was at a cost to the business. So my partner said, well, I can't afford to be healthy. What a statement. Can't afford to be healthy. Well, then I made the decision at that point, well, I can't afford a sick partner. And so the partnership broke up right at that point. That was the launch point of the new ventures without my former partner.
Yes, but we really have a real true partner, which is our soul, which we're going to start working with in a more open and friendly way, I think. And
Thank
I
you very much.
do like the idea of this light, where the knowledge sharing becomes instantaneous, he says, as you become the light and you can pass that on. This is what I think when I always wondered, how is humanity going to get upgraded in one go? It just seems impossible. I don't mean it'll happen in a day, as I said earlier, but this is the one go period, whether it's a year or 2 years. These 7 billion people, when these domes and things are created, I think this is going to be the upgrade for all of us in one go. I never could figure that out. I don't know if anyone has an idea of how Mr. Keshe is going to upgrade humanity in one go to bring us in the universal community as equals. And now it sounds like actually we'll be looked at as more advanced. They'll be the ones on the donkey seeing the car driving by, even though it won't be a car. It'll be a soul, if they can even see the soul. So this upgrade in one go is a tremendous project. And that's why these star formations are going to get laid out, and the people being processed in LINS will be part of that. And these new enhancement plasma energy systems are a very important part of it. We'll hear that at the end. Does anyone have a question for Alex? If no one has a question, I'm going to go to the DOMA piece and then we're going to come back because I do have a few questions that I'd like Alex to possibly entertain. So let's try one more time. Anyone would like to ask Alex a question before we go to the DOMA piece and come back to Alex? That will give you a minute or a few minutes to think of perhaps a question you'd like to ask or share. And again, you don't have to. Many people talk a lot, some people talk a little, and some people don't talk at all. I know Stefania was saying that about one of the Mojans. Didn't talk at all. They were all talking, but that one person never talked, she said, through the whole process, basically. I mean, he must have said something, but for the most part, he was not, or she, I don't even know who. Micah, there has been a long time theory of the Earth being flat. I'm curious what Alex's perspective is on this theory in relation to plasma science and space technology. Would you like to approach that? Most of the plasmas, all of them are circular or oval at least. I think the universe is an oval. Similar to the shape of the universal or the flight system with a center line. I know Mr. Keshe talked about going up in the helicopter and asking the gentleman to hold position, and you could see the Earth rotating underneath you and you could see the horizon. We've seen that often from the space. Of course, when we look, for the most part, it does look flat. From our position, I mean, you might have some mountains and some other things, but for the most part, it does look flat. But again, that's another misdirection of understanding of the creation process. As these magnetic fields come together to form everything, it goes into the shape of the plasma, big or small or micro small. Alex, would you like to take a shot at that?
Well, you know, I'm a little hesitant to get to the edge of the Earth because I don't want to fall off.
Oh, yes. Wasn't that how they kept the people from traveling too far in the years past? If you went too far into the ocean, I guess it would be like Niagara Falls. You just go off the edge.
Yeah, and you couldn't actually grab that edge, could you? There was a test for an employment contract for a chauffeur, and they were testing the skill level of the chauffeur, right? And so one of the tests would be, how close could you drive the car to the edge of the cliff? And so the assumption, of course, is that the guy who gets closest to the edge will get the job. So the first guy comes and says, well, I could get within a meter of the edge. Oh, well, that's good. And then the second candidate says, well, I can get within half a meter. Oh, well, that's pretty good. Oh, yeah, well, that's nothing, says the third candidate. I can get within a centimeter. Well, you know what? You're fired. Don't even worry about it, because if you're driving that close to the edge, you're scaring the daylights out of the passengers. So you're disqualified. So getting close to that edge is not what's really important. And so this is the misunderstanding that we have. And so you've brought a second point, but this picture here is also pretty good because most of us live in the valley, so we don't see the edge uh, as an edge of that plain. We see the edge as being the peaks of the mountains that define our valley. So the valley is defined by the mountains beside the valley. Without the mountains, there wouldn't be a valley. So within the valley is this, kind of flat earth, and it's nice to be here. But the point is, it doesn't explain how we got in the valley. And in order to understand how we got into the valley, then that definition will help us get out of the valley. So this is our dilemma today. We don't know how to get in, how we got in, and so we certainly don't know how to get out. And if we don't understand our relationship between the physics community, scientific community, and the spiritual community, if we don't understand the rules of the game, then we really can't understand what they call this level playing field. Well, this is a level playing field for us, but someone is making the rules. And on this level playing field, it's not us. Well, if it's not us, then who is it? And so this is where the plasma science is liberating humanity to understand that you go where you want to go. And you do this at your enhancement. You don't do this at someone else's expense. So if that is the case, then you have to have points of reference here, there, and in between. And that point of reference can change. So there can become here, and then here can become there. And so then you can go there, and then you can come back here. And that's a round trip. Thanks for your question.
Anyone else have a question for Alex? Or something you'd like to bring up to discuss? Especially about the energy enhancement system or the plasma energy enhancement system. Again, are you going out to buy all the ingredients to make the Chinese food, or would you just rather go and get it at the restaurant? If you don't have the time and you don't want to put in all the effort, maybe you don't have a wok or some other things you need, certain spices. And that's what he equated getting the system to. And then you'll be able to cook and share for the others.
Well, certainly one of the reasons that you go to the restaurant to enjoy that food is because you yourself can't make it. And I'm
And that's what he's saying about the knowledge. We didn't quite understand it all. We haven't put it together.
I'm not the best cook, but I know one thing. If I go to a restaurant and that meal is worse than what I cook, I get annoyed. So what's the point of going to the restaurant? If I was going to have a lousy meal, I could do it myself, no problem.
And we've heard how simple this is. This technology is. It's so simple. It baffles us, I guess. And as he said, don't try to understand it. And you'll hear that, I think, at the end. But he said he wouldn't even be releasing the blueprints on these energy systems or whatever, because our level of understanding is not even ready for it at this point.
So, Mark, just before you go to the Peace Dome, I just want to get back reference to this picture that I put up here. So the Peace Dome that we're talking about is our dream state. And, you know, it also encapsulates the Earth. It goes right around the Earth, and their satellites follow these paths. But these satellites apparently are these man-made satellites are actually beyond this range. So when we're looking at these range transcendence, we see that the ships are in the water, airplanes are in the earth, and the warplanes fly above that. And then above that still are satellites, and we're still within the Earth space. And so we are able to put this Peace Dome within our Earth space. But this Peace Dome is not in the physical reality, it's in the plasma reality. And that's the difference. So we have an overlapping of a plasma reality and a physical reality within the range on this planet. And all of us experience this every night when we go to sleep. And the reason we go to sleep is because our physicality cannot maintain the energy level, whereas our soul can. So our soul is not interested in sleeping. So it's okay, body, physical body. You go to sleep, you relax, you recharge, and we're just going to carry on. So this is a wonderful prospect for the future. So I'll let you go.
Okay, let's, and again, spraying the GANS water is something for your physicality to do, but he said releasing these magravs in a way will connect the wellness centers together. At one time, I remember him talking about that. So your cities,
Plasmatically, Mark.
yeah. Mhm.
This is a key point.
Yep.
So right off the bat, and we didn't say at which level plasmatically, all we're saying is that at least one energy state, so at least one order of magnitude. So whatever it is going to be 10 times more efficient, minimum.
Right. I don't see any wires coming from the GANS waters or anything like that. It's all in the plasma connection through magnetic fields. And he said this was part of connecting the wellness centers together.
Oh, may I just add? Sorry to
Of course,
hog the
no,
airwaves here.
no problem.
No, but you don't see the wires connected, and this is an important point. So likewise, I just want to say that the wireless connections of our cell phones and our radios and our TVs, right? We know in the old days we had TVs and antennas. Well, we still have antennas within our cell phones. So it's just that we don't see them. But we can touch the cell phone with our finger. And so there is an energy transfer that way as well, and it's not by wire. So I just want to clarify that wireless transfer is still in the physical reality.
Okay, I see Freddie has a hand up. Why don't we go to Freddie? Hello?
Hi,
Hi.
this is Freddie. I am coming from Arizona, and I just had a question regarding plasmatic buildup. So I had just got out of what's called the 50th annual Rainbow Gathering in Colorado, which basically had at least 10,000 people gathering in one place to basically pray for peace. Some of you may have heard of this. It's an annual event. And so my question is there a similar kind of plasmatic buildup that happens when many people come together and specifically have an intention to pray for world peace? It seems like even though there was no cellular connection within a 12-mile radius, that somehow opened up our connection, our plasmatic connections somehow to be able to have instant communication without the need for the cell phones. Things like, thinking about a person and they'd come around the corner. Is there some kind of similar, I guess, plasmatic buildup akin to, say, giving people GANs from your cups, and then you're essentially, spreading the grid in your local area?
And that's a great question. So there are two aspects to your question. So the one is the plasmatic connection. So there has to be a plasmatic connection because again, all these people are not connected by wire. And the another connection, of course, is that you mentioned about the desire for peace. So 10,000 people coming together in one point in one field to desire peace. That's not a small number. That's a significant gathering. Why is that? What is the motivating force for that gathering? And so if we can't pinpoint, if you will, what that motivating force is by going to that point, then look at the coming from point. And the coming from point is war and poverty. So if you're coming from a point of war and poverty, I think peace and prosperity is a desirable change of direction. So that would be the one thing. But the other thing I believe you mentioned, and I think I'm familiar with this event, it is an annual affair. And so it has grown over the years. In other words, it hasn't diminished in strength. It has actually maintained its strength or gotten stronger. And so the reason for that is because this is the default perspective of humanity. Humanity and the universal community desire peace. And so the problem is not with the universal community, the problem is with us here. And the reason that problem is with us is because we are so physical. But as we found out, the physical thing is at a lower energy level. And it's not that we lose everything in the physicality, it's just that the connections remain. It's just that our focal point gravitates, and pardon the pun, gravitationally to the physical spectrum. And that becomes our physical point of view because we can see it. But we know that something's wrong. And so we get together for the purpose of peace. And all these people there have this, I'm certain, this warm, fuzzy feeling. And this is rewarding, it's edifying, and it's uplifting. It is at a higher energy state. And so the only reason, and these are not first time comers, these are repeat comers. And in that process, they have a benefit from their arrival, and they have a longing to come back to. And as long as they keep limited to this earth space, then this is the only way that they can come back to. Now with the plasma science, we are showing that there is another way to do this. And we've had this all along, and we do this at night. All of us do this at night in our dream state. So how can we incorporate this? And so with this peace stone and through the plasma science, by elevating to the higher energy level, we can increase the rate of change. And this is very, very necessary at this point in time because we've come to an existential crisis. And so there is also a question, whose existential crisis? So the most important thing that we have to realize is that we're part of the universal community. And so the universal community is also having an existential crisis because they care for their children and they care for us. And we care for our children. We're just having a problem caring for others. That's all we have to really learn how to do this. But we don't do this through, fake sincerity, through superficiality. We do that through substance. And the substance is within, at the soul level. the soul level is at the gravitational level of our existence. It is at the base of our existence. And now we are in the process of liberating that. And this is where the science is leading us to. So thank you very much. It's a beautiful question.
Thank you, Alex. I look forward to joining from wherever I am, wherever my soul may be next time.
Right, and if you go to the first question after the break in the 440 workshop, you'll hear Mr. Keshe talk about the way the fields came together on to create this planet, which is not unique, and apparently other planets and other solar systems has the same problem where the life that was created on this planet was left short in a way. It didn't give enough or enough support to the life that was created. So this is what causes us to kill and eat things, because apparently the soul of this planet, the way it came together, which is not unique, did not give enough support to the life it created on this planet. So that leaves us short, and by being short, we end up killing and taking other entities to their existence to maintain our own. But this is not a unique situation. So, but we're learning to do that. And the other thing I thought about, which I said at the beginning, was this phrase that Mr. Keshe says in one of the bumpers. I'm not sure which one it is that we hear before the workshop sometime. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness, which you had there in this rainbow, by giving, and I mean giving from your souls, would create a position of change. She said, no other thing. And this is the way the universal community will start to move in the dimension of creation through their souls for solutions in the matter state. He said we would walk away from a lot of the solutions we try in the matter state once we understand the power and what we possess.
Mark, can I add 2 more things, please?
You can add 10 more things. Anyone else can add anything else as well. Go ahead.
Okay. So the reason there were only 10,000 people at this affair is because of the nearness and proximity of the physical reality of this affair. And the second thing is that you know, all those who go through the universal enhancement flight simulation, they maintain the connection. And the reason they're able to do that is because that connection, although it's always been there, has been suppressed, but now it's enhanced. And so it comes to the foreground, okay? Background, foreground kind of relationship. And so that connection is maintained. Well, that is the same connection that all of these people who go, these 10,000 people who go to this rainbow event, also maintain that connection. This is why they come back next year, and this is why the event keeps growing. So it is not what you want to look at and say, oh, well, only 10,000 people got there. Well, 10,000 people who got there have friends, right? And they communicate with others. They have neighbors. They have interaction, you know, through whatever dealings. And they don't just stay in that state, right? They go out of state, they go out of country, they go all over the place. And then there's also the internet connection. So those 10,000 people may quite easily communicate with an order of magnitude higher, minimum, say another 100,000 people. And those 100,000 people become aware. Now, as this connection becomes stronger, the awareness becomes stronger. So this is the same thing that is happening at the our head office in Linz. Thank you.
Right, and if they have a common website, Freddie, you may want to post the World Peace Treaty. This is the exact treaty that the world leaders, the religious leaders are going to sign, where they can actually sign it if they like with a witness, or sign it with the pen in their of their soul. And so I think this would be definitely nice to add to the website and introduce them to the Keshe World Peace Treaty. And I asked Mr. Keshe if the document that the world leaders would sign would be like a 20-page, 10-page. He said, no, it'd be this simple document right here, which you can print as a PDF. But you definitely had the soul of the collective awareness there with 10,000 people wishing at the same time and creating that energy for peace on this planet and to serve humanity. But I just thought if you had a chance, you could put this up on there. They must have a central meeting website or something where people exchange things. So that may be something you'd like to do.
Great idea. Thank you.
Okay, and so again, we're talking about peace, perfect segment into the Dome of Peace, which Mr. Keshe said he's going to be creating a number of domes. One is around nuclear reactors, and that's going to be a containment dome for certain all radiations, that they will never have any sort of serious accident, because system failure is almost built into the system. Sooner or later, you're going to have another Chernobyl, another 3 Mile Island, another Fukushima. And that's what he foresaw, the radiation leaking in the St. Mary Queen College reactor. And he said, this has to be shut down before you empty the entire island over there, England. So it was shut down. They took his advice. But with the new, I guess there's 50 or 75 reactors on the board in different stages of development. He said, we'll be creating a dome around these nuclear stations, and the cost will be $100 million for that technology to build in. It'll come out of Iran. It'll be licensed by Iran. And that way there'll be no nuclear power plant that's unsafe on this planet. At least that's the way he's putting it at this point in time. Now, also creating this dome with these, what we see in the these enhancement plasma systems, this home plasma power unit and this car plasma power unit will be creating domes. He said we need a minimum of several hundred on each continent on this planet to create the dome. So that's another dome, and that's probably a dome of transmuting and traveling. It could be a dome for feeding. I'm not exactly sure what his long-term exact way it's going to go. These will be replaced as they're more or less test units, but this is part and the first step, he said, for the soul to find the new dimension. We often talk about energy savings and all this, but he says you're missing it. Although he did say you're going to bring the matter state energy and the universal energy together. And this will help for the evolution of man's somehow come into play and how we can move forward. So you may want to also share this, Freddie, but it's very important for Universal Council, Universal supporters, Universal Council supporters, and anyone else who wishes for peace to go to LINS. But this is also part of the mobile experience, which he told Anthony, I think, from Australia, that if you had one of these systems and you booked the mobile experience, it would make it much easier. And then he talked about, you know, having wireless lights on and things along that line, other things added onto it for feeding, for wellness, and so on, energy savings. Or do you even need the grid? As we saw in the Brazilian teaching with the fellow with the Cup of Life 1, where he reduced the 528 real, or maybe that was kilowatts he was using. I don't think it was kilowatts, but it might have been his bill, and he reduced it down to 28. And that was just with the Cup of Life 1 and spraying it around the perimeter of the property, he said. So let's hear a little bit about the Dome of Peace and what we can do in the matter state as far as spraying and releasing the Ganser waters, which has been going on in in China for years and years. This was brought up in the 181st One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. And this is a Tuesday program, but this was brought up on April 3rd, even though he had been saying to release some of the Gans waters. I think this is the official announcement of it. And this is the way you take over a planet, he said, jokingly in another setting. Let's see if this will play. I may have to restart it once or twice. That seems to be what happens.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So Freddie, again, you may want to introduce this part of this 181st One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace and the Peace Treaty to that group. They may all start making Gans waters to spray. And then, of course, you don't have to stop there, even though this process, he asked us to continue this process. But now, actually, the way that they're moving into in the foundation is to actually spread the fields from your soul and give from your soul. And so let's hear this. So every Sunday, noon and 6 p.m. Central European time, or 18, I guess it is, 6 and 18. My time is noon and 6 p.m., one or the other. And you can release the Gans waters anytime you'd like. They know where to go and what to do, and they bring balance to situations, as we saw with the bee video of Gianni, how the bees got so balanced. They weren't stinging, they weren't violent, they weren't swarming. They were just absorbing energy and working harder. So this is something as well, Freddie, you can introduce to 10,000 people who are looking for a more perhaps advanced way. So now if we go to the next step in it, let's see if this will start to play here. Okay. Oops. Oh, I don't think I got that right. I think it's here. Yeah.
Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the Gans, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you. If anybody wants to add anything.
So there are two definite keys, Freddie, for the Rainbow Coalition or the Rainbow Group that you were talking about. But it sounds like they're already on this track in a way. Hopefully this will give them a much deeper understanding. And there's a paper written by Mr. Keshe on this as well. I don't know what the name of that paper is, but apparently that was originally written about the peace treaty and so on. So what we usually do about this time is we do use the collective awareness of our souls, and we take a 5-minute period of silence, and we, for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1, which are the peace negotiators in Vienna, the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which will be overseeing and taking a look at this new plasma technology that they're going to use in the nuclear reactors. All souls working for peace in Vienna and probably beyond, as you said, with this Rainbow Group, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take 5 minutes and we'll just have a period of silence where we can all give from our souls. And the beauty of this, what Mr. Keshe had said earlier when he was sort of on the periphery of the negotiations in Austria, in Vienna, regarding the group of nations that were there, was he said, I'll handle the physicality end of it. Now I want you to practice giving from your souls. And each one of us has different fields that are perhaps needed by one or the other there. So what I don't provide, maybe Alex provides. What Alex doesn't provide, someone else provides, and so on and so forth. And the beauty of it, he said, is no one fails this test. So all the people that gathered in Colorado, as you said, that test was not failed. Even though they didn't maybe see peace instantly happening, they're adding to this plasma dome of peace. And when it reaches that critical level, it will break out. And this is all part of it. So let's take 5 minutes of silence now and give and spread the fields of our soul for peace. And thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. We know it's a lot of work to work in the matter state, and to get things accomplished takes a lot of energy, but working at the soul level is quite easy, and it doesn't take a lot of energy. We also see the Brazilian team doing their daily intentions at, I think it's 2 p.m. a.m. CEST, as well as meeting on Wednesday for this Dome of Peace, if I have that correct. If not, someone, Jefferson may want to correct me, or Raphael if you're here. But that's another group you can join and become part of that as we bring this whole unification of the souls together to wish for solutions in the that we see in the matter state manifest. We have the manifest in the matter state, but it's through the power of the soul. And that's why we don't see any war in space, because they create everything they need or they want out of their wishes. And once man learns this, we're going to have a big change and turn of events here. Even he said, as far as wellness, someone that wasn't well, you could go next to them and bring them this knowledge. Oh, 2 a.m. in the morning, I think, isn't it, Claudia? 2 p.m. would be
hello, Mark.
yes.
Is the intention 2 p.m. We Wednesday. We have the intention.
So that would be early in the morning. That was CEST time, or is that Brazil time?
No, Brazil time.
Okay, I'm sorry then. All right, I was thinking that
Okay.
was
Thank you.
CEST time. That would have made it much earlier. Thank you, Claudia. And I know you'll be making your way to Linz very soon. I know one of the other Dutch knowledge seekers is also on their way to Linz, and we do have someone here.
Me and Josaphat. Me and
Beautiful.
Josaphat.
I know.
Yes.
We have someone else who's, I don't know if they're still here. One of the knowledge seekers was in Linz recently. No, I think he's left, but he was
The
also.
name of her is Anna. Anna.
Beautiful. I think it's something that will change your whole understanding of yourself and the universe.
Yeah, she's talking now with us because she stayed a little bit for a while, and now she's starting to write with in the Telegram and everything. She stays 10 days, like what happened?
In Austria?
So, yes, she went to
Wow.
Austria. Yes.
Wow. That's amazing. That's beautiful.
Yes.
Yes, he said the more times into the system, you'll start to get it and be able to start moving
Oh,
and be permanently connected anytime you'd like to be connected there. So it's just amazing what, and he needs to get enough people on this planet through that system.
yeah. Now when she talks with us, I think she increased it. All of the knowledge seekers in Brazil,
Yes.
what she said, yeah,
Yep.
what she felt and everything.
Mhm. Yep, we're feeding off it in the way she's transferring energies or understandings
Yes.
too.
Mhm.
That's what he's saying. This is how people were going to upgrade the humanity in one go.
Yes.
I think with enough people being through the system, they'll be able to be these lights, transferring knowledge, transferring wellness, and so on. The others, without actually having to study in the books and to do all these other things we've been doing up to this point. I mean, we won't stop doing that, but I think the knowledge will come, it'll flow much easier, perhaps. We'll hear at the end what Mr. Keshe said. Don't try to understand these systems, just it's a gift. He's saying it's a gift. But we'll hear that at the end of today. So let's go. Would you like to take the screen, Alex, and let's see if we have any questions come up?
I'll take it now.
Take the screen. Okay. I will then bring this back. Or we could leave this Keshe American Knowledge Team up, whatever you'd like. Now, you said we sent astronauts into space and we brought them back safely. Now, I had always thought that until recently when someone brought up a couple of points, 2 or 3 points they actually made about our supposed moon landing. And did we actually go to the moon? We know the rover is apparently there and some other things. But on one of the interviews, of course, we have our own Neil Armstrong, who has been to the moon, has kicked up soil and things, I believe, or felt soil. And but Neil Armstrong, in one of his interviews, said, you know, he said, I never saw the stars when he was on the moon. Now, was that a hint? Was that something? Because there's no atmosphere, correct, on the moon? So you would think you would have a beautiful view of stars. Now, that was one point. Another point was that the camera that they had mounted on their spacesuit, it wasn't something that they could focus, actually. It was 250 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun on the moon, and in the shaded part, the dark side of the moon, apparently it's 250 degree minus in the dark part. But they were saying the camera would never work at that temperature. And plus the focusing of it, you couldn't even do, but all the pictures were nicely focused. Another point that they brought up was a number of the space rocks that they purported to be bringing back from the moon were actually petrified wood. And they said that von Braun had gone down to Antarctica to pick up actual pieces of moon rocks that were kicked up by asteroids or other meteors hitting the moon, kicking up the pieces of rock, and those pieces of rock being pulled into the Earth's gravitational field in the South Pole. And those were the rocks that they actually used. Of course, they talked about the radiation situation as well. But I thought those points were very interesting. I know Mr. Keshe mentioned recently that the rock he had always thought, wherever it was, in Iran or other place when he went to see it as a child, then later gone back and they said, no, this was fake. This wasn't really a rock from the moon. So interesting, they used petrified wood. Any thoughts on that, Alex? As far as I know, our Neil Armstrong actually went to the moon, but did the first Neil Armstrong actually go to the moon? Especially seeing the stars.
Well, Mark, okay, I have to, how should we say it? I don't want to make commentary.
You want me to play the disclaimer again? No.
No,
So you can speak.
I want to answer your question. So, you know, we can figure things out. Like, first of all, we know the moon doesn't rotate. So when they land on the sunny side of the moon, right? And you know yourself what it's like during daytime on the Earth. And can you see the stars during the daytime? So that's the answer to that question. Of course, he wouldn't see any stars because he's on the sunny side. Now, the second question is what's on the dark side? And I'm going to answer that question with a question. If we have this fancy highfalutin telescope that can see deep, deep into space.
Oh, Hubble?
Well, there's the Hubble, and then there's the new Webb one, and you know,
Okay.
the point of the matter is the moon is our nearest space.
You can focus on it.
Well, we can see it with our naked eye. That's how close it is. We don't need a telescope to look at the moon, but we need something to be able to see the dark side of the moon. And one of the astronauts, and I forget whose name it was, but when they orbited the moon, he was extremely upset because he's seen the civilizations on the backside of the moon. And he says, you know what, we're nothing more than just salesmen, advertising salesmen. and at that point, it's a shock, because to train yourself to be an astronaut, and it's a rigorous training, as we all know, and it's also a noble venture because you're part of the exploration team, and then to go there and just like Christopher Columbus says, oh, I've just discovered the pathway to India, and you haven't discovered anything. You've arrived after the rest of the gang, sort of, so to speak. So this in many ways is really the only explanation of why. And for those of you who are older will remember the fervor, the fever pitch, the race to the moon, which country would get there first. And it was a heated race between the US and the USSR. And we were so excited, in fact, that we were so dedicated to getting, it was the goal of President Kennedy to achieve the first trip to the moon. And then after that excitement, that massive investment, time and energy, we haven't been back for 50 years. What? Does that make sense? So, sorry to be answering with a question, but you see, it doesn't make sense, except that something is missing. And as we've always said, that what is missing is the absence of evidence, and the absence of evidence is the evidence. So there's some underlying reason for that not happening. And that all these 50 years, we have Google Maps of Earth. Why don't we have Google Maps of the moon? I'm just asking. So the other questions, all of these relate to these first two questions. So the point that I just wanted to make today, so to clarify, is that the method of the trip was through Earth space, whether it be Earth space, in between space, or moon space. Never was it in outer space. So, and that's the difference between the conventional physics, the old science, and the plasma science. And that's what we are. We are Keshe Foundation, Plasma Science, Spaceship Institute. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, and you talk about another question. You talk about unlocking the gateway. And Mr. Keshe said on this energy plasma enhancement system that we would unlock the gateway. We'd actually bring the two matter state energy combined with the universal energy, and this would help to unlock this gateway you're talking about. Any comment on that?
1 and 1 is more than 2. So you need 2 plasma fields. So that's your 2 dimensions. Your Earth is flat until you have the dynamic plasma interaction, and then all of a sudden you open up the new channels.
And when you said when we become teachers, did you say something like that? I've often heard Mr. Keshe say we are all students and we are all teachers. You never know what you're going to say, even if you just came into the plasma technology. You never know it could trigger something in someone else. So I'm going to go with the idea that we're all students and we're all teachers in a way. And I don't like to say teacher so much as we can all share what we think we understand about this technology, which is not a lot, at least in my case.
Well, you always answer the question with your you answer your own question. No, the thing is you have to look at the intention, and you have to look at the accuracy of the teaching. And so what I try and do is expose myself to the possibility of error, but I don't venture into those areas. I venture off of a launch pad of knowledge. and then I make the connection. And there has to be a safe way through the gateway. There has to be a safe passage. And so we have achieved that. And when you look at the 80 people who have gone through outer space, they have all gone there safely, and they've all come back safely. This is a very, very important point, and there weren't any bumps along the way. So this is the exclusion principle of the travel. And we don't have that in our physical reality, right? This is why we have to have stoplights and stop signs and a direction of flow, one-way streets, and all this other stuff. But we still have accidents with our car traffic. So that's the difference between the physical reality. With the plasma reality, if we're going into outer space, the target is specific. And you know that. And you know that because when you fall down and scrape your knee, you know, you're not going to have a finger growing out of your kneecap. You're going to have the knee being repaired. So the physical body has a specific target and has achieved enough practice to repair the knee properly. That comes from the soul of the man. But if we are over dependent on our feedback, you know, then God knows what could happen. The wound could get infected, gangrene could come in, then you need to have your limb amputated, and you say, well, you know, I took a wrong turn somewhere, you know, can you retrace your steps? And this is what we're doing with the new vision enhancement unit. We are retracing our steps back. That is always on target.
Well, a couple things in the chat from Micah. I just helped my dear friend and soul brother, who is 85 this year, book his flight enhancement session in Linz. I'm very excited for him and to see his testimonial. Thank you, Micah, for helping and supporting that effort. Jefferson said, hello, Mark and everyone. 2 a.m. CEST every day. That must be the daily intentions, and 6 p.m. CEST on Wednesday for the elevation of the peace workers in Vienna, I understand. And he said, just to confirm, thank you, Claudia, as well, he said. Jefferson, could you put the room number in there, and I'll read the room number for anyone who may hear this in the future? And you don't have to be, well, one of them is not translated, I understand. It's only in Portuguese. And the I think the Wednesday meeting is probably translated for if there are any other speakers, at least English speakers in the group at the time. But if you put the room number, is it the 760 number or is it a different? Okay, 1 minute, he says. While he's doing that, Alex, you know, in Europe, they talk about a lot of green energies, and they wanted to shut down most of the nuclear and this and that. Now that they're in such a pickle, apparently with energy and things, and people are starting to throttle the heat in Germany, as I understand it, all of a sudden nuclear energy has become green. You said no economy without ecology. Now, apparently they're changing their tune a little bit here, where the carbon-based fuels are becoming green again, and the nuclear power is becoming green again. Any comment on that?
Yes, specifically, there are no blue jeans and there are no green jeans. And that's all I'm going to say on that.
Okay. You'll have to read between the genes on that.
No, you have to go back to 1988 and the Brundtland Commission report to the G7.
Okay, very good. I don't happen to remember that off the cuff, but we
Look
can
it
go
up.
back. Yes.
You look it up.
But anyway, under the green energies, you know, they were going to go to 200-year-old technologies, windmills, and these other things. You know, that doesn't really cut it on a day that's not too windy. And then, of course, the other one, and then you have the paddles falling off from time to time or getting iced up, and they seem to be sort of a boondoggle in a way. They end up more input than output in these
Well,
systems.
just a moment, Mark. This description of fossil fuels, that's the description of the people who are making the description, not the fuel.
And it isn't any fossils that created it. It's the
No, I don't think
actual
so.
Earth that's creating these pockets. And he said it was for the keeping the warmth of the core of the planet. And by pulling it out, we're changing something that we shouldn't really be changing. But many of the wells get refilled after so much time. So this is a process that's going on inside the Earth, and it's not any fossil from dead dinosaurs years and years ago that have created the oil. And you know, they've always had the fear of running out of it, but we shouldn't take it because it's almost like a blanket, as I understand it, around the core needs that sort of layer or these pockets in certain regions. Okay.
Well, if you are the creator, okay, everything that you've created is needed. You haven't created anything bad, and you haven't created anything that you don't need.
I may think the Earth doesn't need this or that, but they're, like you said, they're all in the right place for the right reasons, whether it's the zinc or the gold or whatever you have, the oil and other things.
That's right. So if you don't know what the reason is, doesn't mean there isn't a reason. Or if they make you believe that it's a fossil fuel, then you know, then you can govern yourself accordingly. But when you find out the truth about the plasma science, that 1 + 1 is more than 2, and then you start to realize that everything is something for a reason. Nothing is nothing. So something is always something as opposed to being something else. And so you get to decide. It's when we abdicate that decision, then we abdicate that responsibility, and you cannot gain knowledge without acquiring responsibility. And so this is the dilemma that our leaders are having. They have the responsibility and they have the knowledge, but things are not well.
Okay, Jefferson has put in the chat again, 2 a.m. CEST every day and 6 p.m. CEST on Wednesday. The Zoom room number is 760-635-481. Thank you, Jefferson. And this is the group in Telegram, Elevation of Souls for Peace, and he's put a link there that you'll be able to hook up with that. Randy also says here, wind turbines hold up to 700 gallons of oil and hydraulic fluid and need changing every 9 months. Okay. Jefferson says peace. And Freddie again here. No, this is Lisbeth. Sorry. Hello. We do basic workshops and other friends for beginners. Possibly this week, the new American team will be integrated. Those who can collaborate with these workshops are welcome. We start with cups of life. Thanks. Okay, we'll just put it in there and whoever can join will join. So thank you. Is it Lissy? I'm thinking Lisbeth. I'm not sure. It's got that nanoplasma time name. Okay. So yes, we're all working collectively together, and it's the soul of the collective awareness that is going to bring about, by giving, will bring about this position of change. But with 10,000 people wishing for something, even though they may not have discovered their own souls yet, I think it's a great opportunity to bring some of this Keshe plasma knowledge into that group. and hopefully they can become more certain and start doing it all the time, whether you're by yourself or you're with others.
And that's exactly, Mark. So I just want to take this point here just to thank you for conducting these classes every Sunday. And I want to thank all the knowledge seekers for attending today and allowing me to present. And I appreciate it greatly. And I feel the energy, and I hope you're enjoying these trips, and hope to see you next week.
Very good. Okay, I would like to play a couple, maybe a 5-minute clip and then maybe a 12-minute clip and then the final disclaimer. And he talked about here about in the last one about the satellites and so on, and that maybe we'll build structures for our physicality as well in space. So we're going to find out a lot more, I think, as we go along here. I know he talked about travel destination locations in space. Maybe you'll travel there on the soul level again, and then convert back into the physicality if you'd like. And this is the idea at these sort of rest stations where you'd get together and share things and then maybe continue on your travel, come back to Earth. I think the possibilities are unlimited. So if we can go to the final clips. Anyone else want to say anything else? Please come in. We know that I'm sure there's many people that would like to say something, and everyone has a microphone. So it's not like you have to raise your hand or ask for a mic. And they're all very capable, so no problem. If you'd like to remain on the soul level, that's perfect. I don't think we'll have, probably won't find anything written or spoken too much. I don't know. We'll have to see when we get to space. It'll all be done by feelings and the sensations. You'll just have that zero-time communication without really, if the mouth disappears, then there'll probably be no words actually spoken. It'll just be the interaction of the souls on the emotional level. But you could always go back into the matter state at one of these rest stops that you built for in space for the physicality, and then have all the talk and sharing you want to do in the area of the voice. So let's see if we can bring this last section up here. And where did I have this? Here. Okay. We're going to spend 5 minutes and then we're going to fast forward it and then we're going to play it right to the end. It's all, again, a lot to do with how Mr. Keshe came about this knowledge and whoops. Oh, okay. I have this volume down, not my mic volume down. And how, you know, he was approached apparently, tapped, but he thought he was too young, and then it happened again, and apparently he still wanted to be in business, but let's hear him explain it. And again, a very beautiful piece by Mr. Keshe. So we'll go from 40 to 48 around, and then we'll play it after that with actual Ed's question, I think, comes in. This may be the first one. I'm not exactly sure, but I sort of have some timestamps that I like to play. Then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Anyone else before we wrap up here? And of course, if you want to stop it during this short video, then we could do that as well. So feel free. Alexander has Georgia on my mind.
Mark?
Yes, go right ahead.
Maybe Claudia talked us about the yesterday. She and the other two friends have a big workshop about the plasma technology in Brazil. That's
Beautiful. Would you like to share something, Claudia?
Hello, Mark and everybody. We had the first workshop in Campinas, is a city from São Paulo. And I think the change is coming because we had 30 people and this of 39 was a doctor. And until the machine was turned on in Austria, any doctors talked with us in the Telegram and everything. We try every day, and we try many times, but never we had any conversation in any experience.
Wow.
And these workshops were very nice because he's a doctor. He's 82 years old, and very how can I say, many people like him and know him in Brazil. So he had with us a good experience because he made sure we've had radiesthesia, I don't know the name in English, radiesthesia, and bioresonance, I don't know the name. And he may measure the quantity of the energy of the cup of 1 and 2, and he was very excited because how can I say
like dowsing? He was a dowser, and he checked with the magnetic fields?
Yes.
With his pendulum?
Yes. And all his experience in 52 years old of doctor medicine, and he never saw this kind of energy so fast. And the patients of his patient, he I don't know the name. She increased the bacteria in the intestine so fast. And I don't know, Jefferson, could you help me in English?
Oh, it sounds like doctors attract other doctors. Thank you, Dr. Claudia.
Yes. So that's the change is coming. I think he's opening their minds and everything.
So you mean you tried with the other doctors, but they were pushing away?
Yeah, always.
Now, all of a sudden, a field has changed. Something has changed.
Yes, I feel that, and the change is coming, and the people is changing.
I like that. That's very nice testimonial. I hope you'll bring that into Rick's group. And of course, speaking about testimonials, Rick is holding his monthly second Monday of every month testimonials tomorrow, which you'll hear at the end of this clip anyway. But one of the things Mr. Keshe said in this workshop was that they were hoping to send Rick some testimonials that we haven't seen from the flight simulation center in Linz, in the exhibition center. So hopefully you'll all come, and Claudia, of course, and everyone, and share your testimonials. It makes it so much easier for Rick to present the program. But I think he'll have a very good start with some of the testimonials that are going to be shared with him, hopefully. Mr. Keshe said, we'll see. He said, let me contact someone and hopefully forward Rick something. But if not, other people that have testimonials come in. We'll hear it in a moment. Anything more? Jefferson, can you help Claudia if you're here? She's looking for maybe to be more specific with the words. Jefferson, are you still here? Yes, you are.
Hello. Hello, Mark.
Yes, come right in. Welcome.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hey, Claudia.
Dr. Claudia would like some translation help, I think.
I think what she said was, I think, understandable. It's very powerful. I was not in that meeting, but was amazing. Many doctors taking contact with this technology, and Claudia was there. I don't know, Claudia, você quer acrescentar alguma coisa, se eu puder ajudar? Hello?
Are you listening? Hello?
Agora sim.
Ah, tá. Fala que ele teve uma paciente e que as bactérias do intestino dela aumentaram muito em 18 horas tomando o copo da vida.
E isso é bom?
Muito bom. Muito bom, porque melhora a imunidade.
Okay, Mark. She's just pointing out the importance that one of his patient had an increase of good bacteria in a very short time.
Intestinal flora.
Yes, intestinal flora.
Yes, the flora, yes.
Pretty fast, and he is amazed with the power of this fields of it. He's just trying to understand. He is a very knowledgeable in many different aspects of field energies in the matter state, but he will understand very fast, in my view, at soul level, and he will help us a lot.
Well, how
Yeah,
many
because-
times have we heard Mr. Keshe say the GANS waters takes from the body what the body doesn't need and gives to the body what the body doesn't need? It has intelligence.
Yes, because increase the immunity, and normally we do in medicine, like integrative medicine, we do good bacteria from for the patients, and this treatment como é que fala? Demora, como é que fala demora, Jefferson?
Takes some time.
Takes some time, like 3 or 4 months to get increase the immunity. So with the cup of one, only in 18 hours, increase a lot, like a billion to trillion.
Wow.
So yes, very nice.
Yes, and what we saw with the energy as well. Yes, Jefferson, if you were there on Friday with Pedro, who showed us his 5 cup number ones and how his energy was. That reels. We talked about it a little earlier, where it went from 528 down to 28 monthly bill over a number of months. With just, he wasn't even looking for any energy savings. All he said was he had the cups there, and he sprayed the perimeter of the place, the location, regularly, and noticed a significant, I mean, that's 95% savings.
Yes, Mark, confirmed that I was there in the meeting as well, and he showed his intentions of reducing the energy power. He was dealing with this technology in his way, in a very good intention to help people without, the main thing is to serve, and he is spreading his house, he's interacting with his family through the fields of the cups of life. He's understanding, elevating the soul, life, body, so they are feeling this. And as a consequence, they had a very, very reduction in the energy as a return, I think, from the universe. But
I was thinking he's feeding it somehow through the energies that he's emitting through his own soul without even realizing it. Wasn't even looking for it, wasn't asking even for it.
Yes, because his intention is pure, sincere.
Yes, yes. Okay. Anything else, Dr. Claudia?
Thank you.
Only this, Mark. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank all the team down in Brazil as they're helping all of us. We're interacting and sharing, and again, all the groups will merge into one group, I think, eventually. And that's the idea of the one nation, one planet, one race. As the borders start to disappear, there'll be no problem moving back and forth, enjoying your culture, you're enjoying another culture, and so on and so forth. The beauties here, plus all the beauties in space we haven't even tapped into. Okay, thank you for sharing. Anyone else want to share something else before we go to these last 2 clips? Thank you all for being present today. And again, Tuesday is the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, as well as TV Galactica with Marie from the Universal Council and Raphael and Rosanna usually. Wednesday is the reactor group at 7 a.m. CEST. Of course, you'll hear that in this clip, and the Knowledge Seekers Workshop we know on Wednesday. And then again, back to Brazil for a Friday meeting. And there's many other language community meetings, which you can find those listed on different social medias or Facebook, Keshe Public Teachings. So thank you all. And let's see if we can go to this little couple of clips here.
I can't hear anything, Mark. Maybe Alex has to quit sharing.
Okay, maybe I did not share properly. Let's just see, share screen. Yep, that's exactly right. Okay, we'll back it up. There's no problem there. Let's share this. I thought I had it up there already. Okay, mine was blocked. Let's just go back to about the point we started. 4055 I'd like to get to. Come back. That's close enough. Let's see if we can start it again. Thank you, Diane.
And can find the space of universe will build places to engage his physicality. I wrote years ago that with this technology, the real estates become useless. Would you like to live in a cramped area in a 4-meter square property in the middle of a city with all the noise and hullabaloo, or you like to live in the country, middle of the fields with the cows and the birds, and enjoy yourself? And if you need to come to the city, you come to do the work and go. If you work in a factory, you have to go and produce something. The new Corona condition showed us we don't need the cities. Most of the city offices at the moment in major cities are empty because now people work from home, and the companies don't need to pay so much huge rents. 1,000 square meter office now is only 20 square meters if somebody physically come to see. And what do you get when you go to their offices? Sorry, because of the corona, everybody is working from home, and you can get them online. We have already moved to the steps of not needing the big cities to do our work, and you don't need even to be in the country you work with. And so now that we can travel the dimension of the soul, would your soul allow you to suffer and go through the pain of physicality living in a cage in the city? Because the soul knows can bring you to do your work and go back instantaneous. We go to places, we don't find places anymore. And when we go, it's instantaneous. So, cities of the future, what do we expect from it? When the soul can extend its strength to create a perfect physicality, do we need hospitals? When the soul feels what the need of man is, do we need prisons and the courts and judges? I told you, this is going to be a different life. People will meet in the dimension of physicality just to love and share the love of Creator with each other. This is something you will see a lot. in the coming time. It won't be the time of your children, it's in your own time. And you've got the first taste of it with Corona. Government will force to support people who have no jobs, and people whose jobs is not just enough to eat, but be enough to have a comfortable life, and somehow they can find the funds. And somehow Keshe Foundation can produce enough goals for them. I said to a politician, not very far, long time ago, we'll go back if there's the pleasure of the governments to have a solid backing as gold. We give you the enhancement units to create as much gold as you like to be the backing of your currency and give wealth to your people. And now you can do. Then we go, as we say, we don't need the actor to change the backing of the greenback from gold to fantasy money.
Sounds like we should give Mr. Keshe a minute here. And Doug mentions in the chat, thank you, Antonio, for your interaction with Mr. Keshe, which opens the technology even faster to humanity. Enjoy your visit to Linz.
It is a trip. It's something which we have a reason that we launched the 3000, what do you call it? Energy plasma units. This is the minimum common denominator we need to create the dome. The spread of the new enhancement energy unit will become part of the future satellite systems of the transmutation of the energy of the map. So when you buy or you get one of these and place it in your home or in your office or whatever, you start the next cycle of what we call no need for satellite. And this is essential for us to complete, to be able to enter the next phase. The faster we deliver the initial 3,000 units, it's like first Chinese are trying to put, I think, 500 or 5,000 satellites. You don't need to go to space now. Use a transformer of energies. You will understand exactly how it works in a very short time once they all run into operation. We use the universal network and not the man's communication side network in that process. Because you don't only need to travel on Earth, you need to travel beyond if you go anywhere. And these 3,000 new enhancements has a purpose. We always don't explain and to tell people what we do because it's beyond your comprehension. You already, a lot of you made the backups and you have connected the, what we call a substructure. Now we bring the next level, which is the most important part. Those of you who get access to these systems, do not bother try to understand it because the knowledge is in a very simple way put out, but has a huge implication in the future of what we call development of demand knowledge and a lot of other things. Any other question? Any other question? It's 12 o'clock. The God is calling for money. You can hear the church bell.
I wonder what you're talking about. Okay.
Pardon?
I wonder what you're talking about, the church bell. Okay.
You could hear the church bell in the background.
God calling for money.
That's what the churches are nowadays, abusing people socially, physically, or their money in their pocket, either way. Any other question?
Okay, so Ed has a question in the Q&A. Says, hi, Mr. Keshe. So have you always known what you've taught, or was there a point in your life where the creation became clear to you, like tapping into the plasma? Or was it all just accumulated education on your own accord? And the three layers, like of the leaf, is the covalent bond creating the center energy received and given, creating the center energy received and given, right? I think that was two questions. So he's interested in whether you've always known what you're teaching, or was there a point in your life where the creation became clear to you, like tapping into the plasma?
I've explained this some times ago in one of the teachings, exactly the process I went through. And it's very much when you talk about revelations, or when you talk about Moses or Jesus or whatever, they go through the step when they see the light and the rest. It doesn't come that way. I knew at a young age that there is a destiny. There was something to happen. I was asked, I was given the opportunity around the age of 19 to take the banner of the knowledge, what is to be. And I clearly remember battling that I can't accept. I'm too young, I want to. In mid-20s and that time, I went through a very strange experiences. I've been through this completely twice, where it was like you wake up, but your body is a stranger to you. Your feel of the physicality is not there. And I knew I'd been given a new soul, elevation of the soul. The second time was much easier because it lasts for days. You touch a cup, it's not your touch. It's like the elevation, the knowledge is what you have is much bigger. And I refused both times because I was not mature. When I was 40, I accepted. And the knowledge came with the elevation of the soul. Because it was already there, it was built from young age. It wasn't something that was flashed in. And then I understood why I was born in a house with the field radiation, why I went to education as a nuclear, why I went in the world of business. Everything made sense that I could understand the full spectrum. It wasn't something like, what do you call it, as a virgin, suddenly dumped on. But you understand the development, you understand the progress. And then the knowledge is part of it. In my teachings, you hear it when I listen. I know the difference when the soul teaches and the man teaches. And is the dimension of the soul of the Creator. That's why the knowledge is so pure. And there is no expectation. And living the life like this for such a long time, always said it shows the purity of self. I never asked for anything. I just facilitated the physicality. And always said, what is there to be will be there. I don't ever worry about tomorrow what's going to be, because it's a cycle of this. They're always there when it's need to be, and it changes according to the time when the souls have agreed to be done. And sometimes when it goes through the time delay, I thank the soul that allowed that delay for me to see, to understand what in the dimension of physicality I could not understand. What the soul is telling on with is what. And it's very clear, especially if you listen to some of the teachings, the word of the Creator through the soul is very clear. It's not the word of man. And never claim to be a prophet. We're just messengers of knowledge, but through the source, not through what I call play games and theology. It's not the knowledge that you gathered, it's the knowledge which is gifted, which is totally different. And as I've said many times, many of you I used to teach with knowledge seekers sitting around me and live in the Desensano and Daleta and other places. I never carry a transcript. Most of the time, even Rick says, "What's up for today?" I said, "I don't know." When you start teaching, you know what he wants to release.
It's true. It's worse than that. I never know beforehand what's going to happen during the workshop. Basically, we do the seat of the pants method, wing it.
Oh, is the knowledge of the Creator doesn't need the seat of the pant. He knows, he's already taught the rest. It's interesting the way when, like today, knowledge seekers go back to the teaching of number so and so or such a conference or whatever, and how it matches up years later with what the teaching is today. Because the seed for it is said. He's so kind. And he's so omnipotent in knowledge. Sometimes I, like you, listen to the teaching, because when the soul teaches, the physicality talks, but needs to understand. I sometimes listen 2 or 3 times to the teaching to see what the teaching was. And what it means in application in the physical side of the development of the technology. Never claimed much. And when I claim Messiah, because it's the soul of the Creator, not the man. The man soon will understand. Any other question?
Well, we had a question from Jalal. He says, as you say, Mr. Keshe, are we there yet?
We haven't even started the journey. We have started a new journey through the soul of the man, and this is the beginning of time. We are still packing the things for it to be ready to start the journey. Shall we call it a day?
I think we've run out of questions that would be appropriate.
Yeah. Thank you very much for today. Please understand why we released the power enhancement unit And please make sure that we have at least a few hundred in each continent. It has to be. That we can go through the next step of the what I call the development for free man from the shackles of peasant prison. You will soon understand. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And thanks to everyone for joining us today and participating in today's 440th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And our next public workshop coming up will be on Monday, July 11th with the testimonials meeting. And people are recommended and asked to attend if you have personal testimonials of the plasma technology that you can share with others, knowledge seekers, publicly. That would be lovely to have you in that workshop and to get your experience added to the list of people who have shared over many workshops. So again, that's on Monday, July 11th, and that starts at 8 p.m. Central European Time.
Can I come in, please, 1 second? Maybe it'll be good for us to send you some of the recordings of the testimonials of the flight system, because we don't get a chance to show it and set up a special programs for it.
That would be terrific, because we could use some material like that for sure.
Let me speak with the people in the background and see how we can get you some of the testimonial from the flight system, because this way people will see it. We recorded many voice or camera, and we can share it. This way,
yes.
Easier. Sometimes when it's very special, we put the testimonial. Otherwise, we pass some of it to you that you can put into your teaching.
Or if there's knowledge seekers that have gone back to their hometown or whatever, and would have some thoughts about their experience when they were in Linz, they could also come on to the show and give a testimonial. Then we'd have a recording of it that we could pass on to the Keshe Foundation.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. We'll try to do what we can. Thank you. Bye.
Great, thank you. Okay, we look forward to that. So people can attend that workshop, and we'll see some additional information from the space travel testimonials. All right, well, thanks to everyone, and I appreciate everyone coming here today. It's been another wonderful workshop, and we look forward to all the developments of the Keshe Foundation as we go into a whole new world of technology, which is to do with our inside technology and connecting with our soul. And it's a wonderful world that we're entering into, I think. Okay, we'll see you all next time around. I'm going to play the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit music version here to go out with. And we'll see you all in the next public workshop.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.